All right. Here we go. Okay, so TwoWeeksReady is an app that is built around the idea of helping families to make sure that they're prepared in case a disaster strikes, in case of emergencies. So what people are able to do with the app is build up. There's a couple parts to it. There's building up a family plan, which allows you to basically just have a plan of what your family will do in case of emergency. So as simple as listing out who your family members are, but also coming up with a plan of where you're going to meet your what they call your reunification plan in case of emergency. And there's a whole bunch of features around that. That's not the part of the app we're going to be working on today. The other part is around helping families to build emergency kits, recommending what they should have in their emergency kits. And there's a whole bunch of different types of emergency kits. We'll get into that as we start working on the feature. But that's kind of a big part of it. So there is heading over in the GitHub repo here, we're at github.com/HTBox/2weeksready. And we have some wireframes here that the folks over at Washington Emergency Management Division have put together for us that kind of gives us an idea of what it is that they want the application to look like. So if we look at, so there's this idea of building a school kit, or building an emergency kit, and there's a few different versions of this. So I'm trying to find the right one here. Here it is. So there's this idea that you have the ability to build out these emergency kits, and from there you can select what type of emergency kit you're creating. So the idea is that you should have a emergency kit in your home, one that is a go kit that you can take and go with you in case you need to evacuate quickly, and then vehicle kit, and hopefully also a work and school kit. And each of those would have different types of things in it. And what you can do is click on the one that you want to create. And when you do that, it asks you or confirms how many people are in your family. For example, here we're adding one for our primary home. And we would default to however many people are defined in our family in our profile. So in this case, 2 adults, 1 child, 1 pet. And then based on that, it will recommend the number of items that you should have in there. So in this case, it would recommend you have 14 gallons of water, some type of water filtration or purification tablets, a couple weeks worth of food, extra batteries, etc., and then items for your children and items for your pets. And you have the ability to add more additional items if you need beyond the recommended items, and that's basically it. So part of that is that there's this concept of what we call a base kit that will be defined by our administrators. And with the base kit, the base kit it defines what should be in a kit. So for example, we'd have a base kit defined for home, and in there we would say you should have 4 gallons of water per person. So the idea is that there'll be a quantity that's recommended, and then it would get multiplied by the number of adults or children or pets. So it's an item with a quantity and then a multiplier based on the number of either adults, children, or pets. And that allows us to then recommend a certain kit contents based on what you've entered in the emergency kit calculator here. So that admin side of things is over in a Blazor application, which is probably where we're going to get started on our coding today, is defining that piece of it. But there is something I did want to take a little bit of a step back before we get into the coding, because I've realized that I've spent quite a bit of time explaining the project architecture over and over again. I've never actually really drawn it out. So I'm going to put together kind of a solution architecture diagram here that shows us at least what the different parts of the application are and what technologies we're using to build it, and then hopefully save that into our GitHub README just so that we have that reference and quick thing that we can kind of point at to say this is how we're building it. So there's a few different Azure components that we're using here. One of those is Cosmos DB is our data store. And within there, how do I want to do this? So I think I'm going to draw a little box around here. Say that's our Cosmos DB. Now within Cosmos DB, there's a few different things that we add or that we store in there. So there's kind of the admin things. There's things like hazards, which is another feature of the app that I didn't talk about just yet. But how do I add text? Here we go. Okay, so we have things like hazards. We have things like base kits. This is really small. Let me try to zoom that in a little bit and bump up this font so that folks can actually see what I'm doing. Font here. So we have things like hazards, base kits, family plans, emergency kits, and there might be a few other things, but for now that's enough to kind of give us an idea of what's stored in that database. So that is Cosmos DB, which kind of sits, I think I can group these together. Yeah. So that kind of sits in part of our cloud architecture in the back. And the other aspect is we've got a Azure Function, which is our API that pulls data, retrieves data from our Cosmos DB. That would be under compute, I believe. There it is. This is our API. That API, as I said, let's just group that. So it pulls data. There's a way to draw arrows from these things. Right. I haven't used this tool in a little while, but it's called Diagram. It used to be draw.io, and it's now called diagrams.net. You can pull in a bunch of different icon packs and stuff to build out these diagrams, and it's pretty useful. But I'm doing a little bit of relearning the tool because it's been some time since I've used it. So what I'm trying to see is how I make arrows on both ends. So we've got arrow, line. I know there's a way to make the arrow go two directions. There it is. They use the same styling at least. There. Okay, so we feed data to and from the database through this API. That's a HTTP-based API that then our various apps end up talking to that API and retrieving data through that API from the database. So over on the front end, we have, I wonder if there's a phone. So this is going to be our 2weeksReady app. This is built using, just going to add some text below it here. This is the 2WR app, which is built using Vue.js, and it is a PWA. PWA is a progressive web application, which just means it's an app that's delivered through the web. It's just standard web technology, works in any browser, but allows the user to install it on their home screen on desktop or on mobile, and it appears as though it's an app. Then it behaves just like an app. It doesn't have access to all the same features of the device, but it does provide some features. So that part of the application is built using Vue.js, and it talks to the API. I should be able to draw another arrow here somehow. So it communicates with the API to get data about the user's family plan, their emergency kits, and things like hazards and base kits, all that data that's stored in the database. It gets that user's information and displays it in their app. And the other part of that is, let's see if there's a desktop icon. There we go. So the other part of the app here is the admin app, which is built using Blazor. It again uses the API, but it's only available to people who happen to be administrators. And I'll put the font on that. So the one piece that I don't have in here yet is identity, and I wonder if there's going to be an auth0. No. So what we use is auth0 for our identity provider, and that is, let me see if I can I wonder if I can copy an image and paste it onto here. Paste here. Nothing happened. Okay. Copy image. There we go. That's kind of cool. So auth0 is used for our identity management, meaning like who a user is. It handles things like login, and if they can, all the like user registrations when you first go to the app and you need to sign up for an account, that's done through auth0. And then when you later on come and sign into the app, that's again auth0. And it's through auth0 that we're able to then know who a user is when they're communicating with the API. We know if they're an administrator, we know their user ID, and then with that information, we're able to grant access to the appropriate data within the database. So that's auth0 is our identity management. Okay. So both the app and the API, or the admin app and the client app, do communicate with auth0 to do their identity, like the sign in registration, like I said. And the API also is able to communicate with auth0 as needed to confirm that users are in fact who they say they are. And then the API is able then to decide what it is that a user should be able to do. Okay, so this isn't a great diagram, but it at least kind of breaks down the few pieces that we are using. There's also, I'm probably going to expand on this a little bit later, but we'll switch gears and get into some of the coding now. And I'm just going to save this to file and also to, I think I can export it to a PNG. Let's copy to my clipboard. What I'm going to do now is go to HTBox, 2WeeksReady. And I'm actually just going to paste that into our README file directly here. So I should be able to go down at the bottom, and I'm just going to say architect. That gives us something at least to kind of get started on. I'll expand on it a bit, try to make it a little more clear what the arrows mean, but it gives us a starting point at least. So I'm going to save that and commit it directly to main because there's no like functional change there that needs to be reviewed by anyone. We're just going to call it added architecture diagram. We'll commit that. All right. Okay, so the first thing I wanted to do, I haven't done any work on the project in a little while. I did review the pull request yesterday just to make sure there wasn't anything outstanding. I did merge one PR that had to do with the some of the methods over on the admin app that we're going to need to use for the feature that we're working on. So got that merged in. That was a nice community contribution from someone named Rollers on GitHub. But what I am going to do is just go and make sure that I have the latest code pulled down. So I like to use the command line for that. Sometimes one thing you'll notice with my coding workflow is that I'm a little bit all over the place with my usage of Git. Sometimes I'm doing Git from the command line. Sometimes I use the Git client that's built into Visual Studio. And sometimes I use the Git client that's built into Visual Studio Code. And I'm totally not consistent at all with what I use. As I said, kind of all over the place. First thing I'm going to do here is just double check that I don't have any local changes, which I do. That's interesting that the YAML file has changed. Let me see what's happening there. So this YAML file that it's telling me has changed is the YAML file is what defines the GitHub Actions workflows. So this is our continuous deployment, continuous integration, the workflows that run whenever we check in code or create pull requests on the repo. These run within GitHub to build the application, run some tests, confirm that everything's working. And it says I have some changes. So what are those changes? Right. This was a change I made when I was working on trying to run the GitHub Actions locally just to test them. And then this is that solution architecture diagram I just created. Not sure where I'm going to put that one yet, but let's actually commit this. Again, I'm going to commit directly to master, but we'll say, or to main. This one was support running GitHub Actions locally. And I actually did a video on that on my YouTube channel over at Asp.Net Monsters, if you're interested in checking that out. Kind of neat. It just allows us to usually these workflows, these GitHub Actions workflows, they only run within GitHub's infrastructure when we like on the whatever version of the code it is that's up in GitHub, either in the pull requests or branches or wherever. But they don't run locally. But there's a tool that does allow you to run these locally, and it was kind of neat to be able to just debug my GitHub Actions workflows without having to push the code up to GitHub and see how it runs in their infrastructure. I can kind of reproduce that locally instead. All right, so now that that's there, I'm going to do a push. which is probably going to fail because I need to do a pull first. So now I am 2 ahead of main, git push, making a mess of the commits here, but now it should be branches up to date with origin/main. So I've got all of the latest that is up here. And what we're going to work on is we're going to start on that admin app, as I said. I know that I need to start up my Cosmos DB emulator. Do that. So I am running the old version of the emulator, which is a Windows only tool. And it's still just firing up, so it isn't quite running yet. There we go. Okay, so here I should already have a database here called TwoWeeksReady. It has things like base kits, emergency kits. Opened it twice for some reason. Base kits, emergency kits, family members, family plans, hazard information, all these things that we need in our database for the app to run. And the one that I'm interested in working on is this concept of base kits. And I'm just reminding myself what's there currently, because at one point I was working on this, and the thoughts on how this feature will work have changed. But for now, or what we originally had was this concept of there was a name and an icon that defined what the kit was, and then there was a list of items that would be recommended for that kit. In this case, we had things like water, and then a quantity per count in a unit. So the quantity per count was that idea that you would need, in this case, like 5 gallons, because the unit is gallons, 5 gallons of water per person in your family plan that are defined in your plan. I think we're going to change that. We're going to have a few different multipliers. So something like water, we might have a quantity per, I'm thinking a multiplier per, no, a quantity. I need to think this through. But we need this ability to tie that into that calculator where we had the number of adults, number of children, number of pets. So maybe it's as simple as we do like quantity per adult, quantity per child, and quantity per pet. And that might be enough to do what we need it to do. So this already exists, but what I don't know is the state currently of both the admin app and the API. So what I'm going to do is go and open that in Visual Studio. So when I look over here, there is, within our folder structure, we have a few different folders. It's kind of a mono repo that has all of these different apps in it, the API, the admin app, and the client app. I'm going to go over to, not the API, but the admin app and open that solution file in Visual Studio. And it just opened it in Visual Studio 2019, which is not what I wanted. So we are going to close that. I don't even know why I have Visual Studio 2019 installed still. Just wasting space on my hard drive for some reason. Okay, so there's that admin solution. And the other thing I'm going to do, I just want to make sure that everything is running before I get started for my day of coding here. I'm also going to fire up the client app, and the client app is built in Vue.js. The tooling I like a lot better in Visual Studio Code for that. So what I'm going to do is just launch code in that folder. And it should have everything it needs already. I'm just going to close all these open windows, but there is in package.json, we have an npm task called serve, which allows me to just run that app locally. So I'm just going to do npm run serve, and that should compile the Vue app and run it locally for me on a local port. Starting up that dev server, all of that npm magic. It's there. It's taking a little longer than I would have expected. There we go. Okay, so it's running on port 8080 locally here. App always looks a little bit better if I launch it on a narrow screen. And there we go. I have the ability to log in, as I said, through auth0. And see if I remember my password. Success. Okay, so I am in the app. We have things like, well, now my API isn't running locally yet, so if I click on any of these things, it will fail. But we can go and fire up the API now too. So that I'm going to do through Visual Studio. And so within the solution, we have the functions application over here in the corner. So we have the TwoWeeksReady API, that's Azure Functions, that has all of our functions defined in it for emergency kits and hazards and family plans. And then we have the admin app here, which is the Blazor application, which I can just run locally here. So what I'm going to do is I actually have, normally when you run in Visual Studio, you set one project as your startup project and you run that project. But what I'm going to do is a little bit different approach is I have it configured up here in the toolbar for multiple projects. And so it's actually configured to run both the API and the admin app because I need both of them to be running, and then I can still debug both, which is nice. So that's configured for multiple projects, which is, I actually forget how that was configured. Isn't that funny? Is it under properties? Startup project, right. So you go to properties on the solution, and then you select the startup project here. Normally it's just configured for a single project, but I have it selected as multiple projects, and so I have it configured to run both TwoWeeksReady, which is the API, and TwoWeeksReady.admin, which is the admin app. So now when I run this, I should see a couple of things happen. Well, it compiles both of the projects first. And there we go. We have our functions app that's getting started here. It just runs as a CLI tool. I'm getting prompted for Windows security here to allow access to that, which I will do. And now when that function app launches, you can see here that it opens up a bunch. It initializes all of these functions that it finds in the project, which are listening to certain endpoints on localhost port 7071. So these are the API endpoints that the admin and client app are able to call to get access to things. So we have, for example, like creating a base kit and deleting a base kit and updating a base kit. So it looks like our API already has a lot of that built into it. We'll see if we need to make any changes to it. Let's go and review what the admin app has in terms of connecting to that. So here on the admin app, I need to log in, and I already have an account that's configured with administrator privileges. So I'm going to log in. The browser or Auth0 recognized that I was already logged in on another browser tab there. So it logged me in as that same account as I logged in just recently. And we can see we have things like hazard info. So hazard info, for example, is all of the hazards that might be in your area, things like earthquakes and volcanoes. And the app is initially being targeted for the Pacific Northwest, where they do have things like earthquakes and volcanoes and tsunamis to worry about. So there's information about all of these that would be configured within the application, within the admin app, and then it would the information that gets specified in here is things like what's the icon for it, what's the name of it, a short description, an image that we call a media URL that just gives you like it's an infographic of what to do. And then there's details about what to do before, during, and after the event, and then some external links. And then those actually all show up. So that's data that's in our Cosmos DB database. And then that all shows up within the application when I go to learn your hazards is the name of the feature. So I go here to hazard information. That's going to call out to my API and pull back all of the information about those items. So we have, for example, earthquakes with the before, during, and after instructions. And this looks like it might actually be pointing currently to a different URL. So let me just double check how I have my client app configured. So I think I might actually have it configured for the wrong place. Yes, so I have this currently calling the version of the API that's up in the cloud. I actually just want it to call the one that is deployed locally here. So I'm going to change my .env file to point it to the local database. I want to be able to test everything locally today because I'll be making changes to every part of the app. So let's just verify what that URL was. It was port 7071/API. So I will copy that and paste it into here. And the one thing about .env files is, like, most of the time when you're working in Vue.js, or like most client-side web-based technologies like that, when you make a change to the code, it automatically gets picked up and rebuilt, and you don't have to like recompile it. But the exception to that is if it's in the .env file where you have your settings defined for the environment. In that case, if you make a change, you do need to stop that local dev server and restart it. So I just did a Control-C there to stop the server, and then doing npm run serve to kick it off again. So once that finishes, when I go and refresh that page, what I expect to see is only the three, was it three? How many hazard infos did I have defined here? Yeah, the earthquake, test, and volcano should be the only ones that show up in my local version of the app once that's redeployed or rebuilt. It's there. Okay, so that did rebuild. Sorry, I blanked out there and didn't realize that it did. But minute. Okay, so when I refresh this, there we go. So now we just get the earthquake, the volcano, and the test one, which is what we were expecting. Perfect. Just give me 1 second here. I'm just sorting something out on another screen. Okay, perfect. We are back in business. All right. So this is running. This is connected to the same thing. I could edit these hazard info, whatever I wanted to do here. And what I wanted to make sure is that we have the concept of base kits defined. And it actually looks like some of this functionality already exists. So remember when we looked in the database, when I was looking at my Cosmos DB emulator, there were 2 different base kits defined. And it looks like those are actually coming through to the admin app, which is interesting. I don't know what's going to happen when I click on it. So we got an unhandled exception here, and it's saying that we got an internal server error when we went to go and get that base kit from the database. Yes, okay. Error while executing base kit by ID. First or default is not supported. Okay, so we've got issues down to the API level. Let's see what we can figure out as we go through this. Trying to piece together kind of where we're at is the challenge here. But we have this concept of the base kits API, which takes in our API authentication, which allows us to authenticate users based on an authorize header that's passed in, which we then verify with auth0 to make sure that the user is in fact who they said they were. So doing things like getting a base kit, anybody can, as long as they're logged in, get a base kit. So we just check to see, is that user authenticated? And if not, then we return a 403. It looks like we got past that. And then we somehow got we got somewhere in here and then it failed. So let's see if we can kind of step through this first of all, just to see where we're at and where it's failing. And we can see if we can fix that part. Oh, actually, is this? Yeah, it is failing on the API side. So let's refresh the page. We'll go to base kit again. We get our list of base kits. That part works fine. It was base kit that was failing. Okay, so let's have a look at that one. We'll see if we can step through it. So I click on this guy. I hit this endpoint, which is get a single kit based on an ID. We can see the ID was passed in. Our IDs are all GUIDs in the case of this application. And let's just step through some of this. I'm pressing F10 to step over. We can see that authentication succeeded. We do have an ID, so we get past that part. And then we're creating a document collection URI to get at the base kits collection within our 2WR database. And then we do, this is where it was failing. Okay, so we're doing create document query for that collection. And then we're saying where the ID equals the ID, we're doing first or default. A few things that are kind of interesting here. I don't know why we would be doing a cross partition query in this case. Doesn't really seem necessary, but this is for sure where it was failing. So there it crashed. Cool. Let's dig into why. Now I know that there's other places within the API where we're already doing this pattern of we query the list, we get the list, and then we query things like individually by ID. So I know that hazard information works because that one we just checked and it was working. So let's see if we can spot the difference between hazard info and these base kits, see what the difference is. So here is the hazard info by ID endpoint, which takes in an ID and the HTTP request, and it calls a base method called getDocument. That one, let's see what's different here. Okay, so here it creates that collection. It says, it creates feed options and says enable cross-partition query false this time. And then it does the query where the ID equals the ID, and then does as enumerable dot first or default. So, I mean, that's a little bit different. This is still a little bit not quite what I would have expected, but let's copy that over to the base kit code and just see what we can change. So first of all, those details were different. Actually, what is this? Oh, hazard API. Okay. All right, so the thing that we're querying for is a base kit. We have our collection URI and we have our feed options here. I think the difference is that we added this as enumerable here before doing the first or default. I'm not convinced that this is the right way to do this query, but we're going to start with make it work, and then we'll see if we can improve on the implementation. But this should at least make it work. And we're going to need to restart it. I know in some cases we're using .NET 6 on the API and with the Blazor admin app. I would expect hot reload to kick in, but I actually don't know if that works with Azure Functions. That's not something I've tried before. I know I've seen lots of demos of it working with Blazor, but I'm a little bit curious if we can make that work also with Azure Functions. It would be neat to not have to stop the app and then restart it every time I make a change to the backend code. Okay, so now coming in here to get that one kit. We got our base kit with our items. Perfect. Now, so we actually do have some stuff working here. So it allows you to edit those properties. The UI doesn't look great, but I'm not super concerned about the looks of the UI just at the moment. I'd like to get some of the functionality working, and then we can kind of do a pass through of the design of some of the UI elements to make that better. So I think that the save doesn't do anything. If I change this to 6, I don't think that that does anything. And the reason that doesn't do anything is that the UI was, in this case, kind of designed with the thought that you would edit one item at a time and save it. But our API is based on saving the entire base kit as a single item, as a single large, well, not that large, but a single blob of JSON, as opposed to like each individual item being saved one at a time. And I think that's the disconnect right now between how this was put together and what's there currently. You also don't have the ability to add items here that I can see. Yeah, so there's no way to add items to my kit, and there's no way to save the kit. I changed that to 6 gallons per person, but I think I'm just going to confirm this, but I'm going to go back to Cosmos DB and reload that item. Close that, reopen. Yeah, it still says 5. It hasn't changed here. So we're going to see what we can do about that. Let's take a look at the implementation on the of the Blazor application itself. First of all, we should have the ability to add, and then we need the ability to also save when we make changes to them. So let's take a look at what's there. We have this concept of hit item display. Okay, so this appears to be each of those individual cards that we had. I'm going to remove this concept of the photo because I don't think we have photos of the individual items. That's not something that's in the current Adobe XD designs, so we're just going to remove that. And then we're going to need to think through what these properties are, how that's going to change. Let's see if we can get the data flowing in and out of the database first, and then we'll see what we can do to improve that. Okay, so we have this callback called onEdit, which just changes it to edit mode, it looks like. And save, which just changes it back to edit mode false. And then this is where it's commented out because it didn't know how to save the items. Okay, let's start with, we'll see if we can add items to our list as a starting point. So somewhere this kit item display gets used, and it must be on a page. There it is. So this was our list page where we can list out all of our kits. We're going to need the ability to create a new kit here as well. But for now, we can work with the ones we have. The details one, right, so it says for each kit for each item in kit items, it displays one of those kit item display, those little components that we were just looking at. And on initialize async is when it goes and calls get base kit by ID, and ID is a parameter that's passed in here as a route parameter to the page. So that's kind of how the page is being loaded initially. Let's see if we can add an add button there so that we can add another item to the base kit that's currently being displayed. So we have that similar concept over in hazard info. I'm going to be doing a lot of copying code over from there where we have a working thing. So here, actually add, no, in this case add is different because add is going to a whole new page. We just have add, which takes us to hazard info /new. It routes to the details page. Okay, so that is a little bit different. But let's say that we have a button on this page once this is loaded that says add. So button, a couple of classes on it. So the admin app uses Bootstrap, the CSS library, to style things. So add these two classes to my button, it should look like a styled button within the application. So here I'm going to say add item, and we're going to do onClick equals add kit item. Add that? No. Okay. And when I do that, so add kit item is just a method defined within the code portion of my Blazor component here in the Razor file. And then all I'm going to do is say if kit is not equal to null, just add in some null checks there. I'm going to say kit.items.add new base kit item. I'm just going to add an empty item to the list. And in theory, that should all just render. because then it should pick up that, oh, there's a new item and it's going to render it in my list, and it's just going to be an empty one that gets displayed there. It's possible that I need to give it an ID. Probably should. I don't actually know if those need IDs, but I'll do that here. I'm going to do ID equals GUID dot new GUID dot toString. ID is a string. All right, let's see if that does anything to start with. And then we can play around a little bit now with hot reload. We'll be working in the Blazor app, and I'm kind of interested in seeing if that's going to work. Do I need to turn that feature on? I think it is on. Should be on already. Okay. So I go to base kits, wait for it to load. There's no loading indicator there. It looks like there's nothing there while it's initializing making the first call to the API. Okay, we go here. We load that individual item. I'm stuck on a breakpoint, that's why it's taking so long. And there's my add item button. And when I click it, it adds the item. Not sure that layout is going to work long term here, but it did add the items at least. And then I have the ability to start giving them information. So let's save. Okay, so we got something in there at least, but we still don't have the ability to actually save what's there. So what if instead of having this concept of editing and saving the individual items, maybe it's just always in edit mode, like they just all show like this, not in this layout, but in cards that actually fit on the screen. So we could display them that way. We don't put the save button here, and instead we just have a save button on this page that allows us to save the whole thing, because I'm pretty sure that endpoint exists. We should be able to do that. So let's first of all see if on this kit item display we can get rid of the concept of edit mode. I'm just going to comment this out, that out, and I'm going to remove that code if this theory works for me. Oh, edits were made which cannot be compiled. Execution not continue until the compile errors are fixed. Where's my compile error? Okay. It didn't like that, so hot reload didn't work there. I don't know if I have an error in my markup now. I guess we'll try loading that page again and see what it does. Base kits. Okay, so it's not actually showing it in. Oh, I did that backwards. What I actually wanted to do was comment out this part. Uncomment out this part. That's not letting me continue. Okay, so it's always going to be in edit mode. These are displayed as cards, and I'm just kind of curious if we can maybe fix the layout of the cards there so that they wrap properly. We have the concept of a card deck, so this must be something in Bootstrap. We have cards, that's what we're using. And then we have concepts of, what's this card deck? Card deck, okay. Need a set of equal width cards that aren't attached to one another. Use card decks. Okay. Looks like what we might want to do is card columns instead, which would allow them to wrap, I think. Let's give that a try. So card columns. There we go. A little bit better. Still not ideal. So we can get away a little bit at least with um, the admin app being a little bit more crude than the client side app. The number of users that will be using the admin app is very low, and we'll know them. We know the people, and we can kind of walk them through how to use it. The client app needs to be a little bit more polished because everybody is potentially a user there, and we don't have a direct connection with them. So uh, we're not going to worry too much about what this looks like at this point. I am going to remove the button here, the save button, and that looks like it might have hot reloaded. It did, which is nice. And this layout is still really weird, but in terms of how these labels and stuff are being displayed, but that's okay for now. What I want to do now is add a save button to the page. So we do that on the, it'll be on the, not the list page, but the detail page here. So I'm just going to go button, save, hit, and that's going to call a different method that is probably going to be async. Don't know if I need this null check in there, but I'm going to put it anyway. So this method is going to be async task, and that's because it's going to be calling a repository method that is async. So it's going to be repository dot save base kit, and then we pass it the whole kit. So just like that, and that should return. It returns the base kit again. So we would do kit equals, I guess, and ideally I'd show some information that it was saved. What we could do is display, well, what did we do in the other? Actually, I think what we do for hazard info is we just, after they save it, we take them back to the main page. So maybe that's what we do. We can, on a detail page and I hit save, what happens here? We either create or save the hazard info, depending on whether or not it was new. Oh, and then we're displaying a alert in JavaScript, so like the browser alert. Not ideal, but we can do that here too, just for now until we have a better alerting system built out in here. So we'll call it base kit saved. It won't let me edit. Continue that, will it? So to do that JS piece, we have to inject the JS runtime onto this page. Yeah, it's something that editing or that hot reload doesn't support. We're just going to say base kit saved. That should at least give us the functionality of a working admin app to add and edit these base kits. Let's see if it works. Skits. I should be able to change this one to 6, for example. I can add a new one called water filtration. One of those, and there isn't really a unit in this case, so I'm just going to leave it blank. I should be able to save that. And we got an error. Okay. So where was the error? Error saving base kit. Did it happen in the API? Doesn't look like we even made it that far. Okay. Says there was an unhandled error. Right, well let's step into it and see if we can figure out what happened. Save. Save, reload. Add. Save. Okay, so here's our kit. It should have those 3 items in it, which it does. The drinking water, food, and the test. When I step into that, it calls basekits update. And the status code is not successful. But we got a 404, so basekits update apparently doesn't exist, is what this is telling us. Let's see if that's true. Maybe we don't actually have that implemented on this API side of things. So basekits API, I thought we had all of that in here. We do have create, and we do have basekit update, and it is a put. So it's possible that what happened is we weren't calling the right API endpoint in that repository. So let's find that repo. This was our functions repository. There was a basekit update. You know what it is? I think it was, yeah. We had basekits update, and the name of the endpoint is basekit update. That is what happened there. Let's see if that runs now. Looks like it did. Basekit saved. Amazing. So when I go over to my Cosmos DB emulator now, if I reload this, that's what I was hoping to see. Yeah, so we have our new test kit, or test item in the kit with the one quantity per count, and I think what I can do is, or I should be able to come in here and also edit these existing ones and save. And if I go look at my data in the database, it should be updated. Magic. Now my quantity is 6, which is exactly what I was looking for. Okay, so we have, like, the UI is admittedly not very good, but we do have something that's working on the admin app now. That's a pretty good point for me to at least do a commit that says ability to save base kits. So I'm going to go do that now over here. I like to look at the changes what's going on here. It's not showing me any changes, which is odd. Let's go look over here, get changes. Okay, so we've modified kit item display. I'm going to go and remove all of that commented out code because I don't think we need the ability to switch between edit and not edit mode on these. It's an admin app. It's kind of fine if it's just like always in edit mode. We still have those callbacks, which I actually don't know what they're for. I guess that was if the parent component needed to know when a change was made. Save we don't actually have anymore. Actually, we don't need any of this. I can just remove it. And so this becomes just very simple. There's an item that gets passed in as a parameter, and we display it in a card. Simple enough. And we will definitely be tweaking these. One of the things I notice is like we don't have labels defined for the inputs. They're not tied together at all. So we'll go through and fix that shortly. But we do have something working, so I like to have a commit point there that I can go back to as we continue down our path of implementing this. There are a bunch of things I want to fix with this admin app, but I kind of want to move on to some other aspects of it. So let's review these changes again. We've got that all simplified. Within our functions repository, we fixed that issue where we had a typo in the name of the endpoint for updating the base kit. And we changed this to columns so that it renders a little better when you add more kit items. We added an add button and we added a save button. And over here we fixed this bug with the way we are querying for the one item. I'm going to come back to that actually. So we're going to, as I said, do our commit point. So what I'm going to do here is, let's zoom in a bit on this console so you can see what I'm doing. I'm going to create a new branch. So I do that doing git checkout -b, and I'm going to call this, I'm just going to prefix it with my name or my user ID / emergency kit. So the feature I'm working on is build emergency kits. And there's going to be a whole bunch of pieces to that, but I'm going to submit it all as a single PR at the end of the day today that hopefully has like some working functionality. And what I'm going to do now is add all of my changes. Do a git commit A to commit all of my unstaged changes. And I'm going to say ability to add and edit kit, base kits from admin app. -a-m. So now what I should have is my one change in this branch. I guess it's not tracked. Okay, so I do have this untracked file too, which I would like to add. I will commit that to my branch as well. So this one is the diagram from diagrams.net. Okay, so everything's committed. I'm safe to continue now, and if I get myself into a bad place, I can always revert back to where I was. So this is a good place for me to take just a very short break to go grab some water and fill up my coffee mug. And then when we get back, what I would like to jump into is the way we're doing these queries with Cosmos DB. So I want to review what version of the SDK are we using, first of all? And is there a better way for us to write that query that doesn't require us to do this as enumerable in first or default? That feels a little bit strange to me. So we're just going to dig into it and see if that's really the best way for us to do that. So we'll be back in, we'll call it 5 minutes, and we'll take it from there. See you in a bit. over to this one. Can you hear me now that I switch over to this one? I think I'm missing an audio input when I'm in that other mode. Yep. Thanks, Igloo Coder. I know I can always count on you for encouragement. But thanks for pointing out no audio. I was using a new scene there, and I forgot to add my microphone to that scene. So awesome. I'll fix that later. And I'll just make sure I don't use that scene going forward until I fix it. All right. So what I was saying is we've been working on the admin app, and which is written in Blazor. And we fixed the feature that allows us to edit these base kits, which are going to be used by the client app, so that to help users build out their emergency kits for their homes, their cars, their go bags, and their work and school kits, all these different types of emergency kits that people should have available for themselves and their families. We have the admin app able to do that now, but as we were doing that, I noticed that this code is a little bit strange, how we are currently using the Cosmos Db Sdk to query for a single item based on an ID. I just want to review what version of the SDK are we using, and are we doing that query in the best way? All right. Let's have a look at, I guess, first of all, what version of the SDK am I using? So I should be able to see that when I check out my dependencies here. Somewhere in here, there should be a Cosmos Db Sdk. Okay, so we've got this extension here that we're using for Azure Functions that does the Cosmos DB part, and it seems to be using, it might be a really old version of the SDK, and that might be part of our problem. So Azure Document DB Core 213. The fact that it's called Document DB Core is a little bit suspect to me that we might not be on the best version. So let's start with this one, the Web Jobs Extensions Cosmos DB. Maybe that's not the best or the latest version for us to be using. Well, let me go and investigate this. So Azure Functions. So this project was initially created some time ago, and it's possible that what we're doing is using an older version of, so we started in .NET Core 3.1 when we created the Azure Functions SDK. And we might be using the Cosmos DB bindings that are older. We upgraded the project to .NET 6, but we might not have upgraded the extensions packages. So let's just see if there is maybe a newer one of those. So I am using the in-process version of Azure Functions, and I'm in Functions 2.0. Where does it tell me what version of the extension to use? Or what version is the latest? Does it even tell me? Install the extension. Okay, here's the NuGet package. And the latest one of that is still 3.0.10. Okay, so I think that was the version that I saw I was referencing here. Yeah, 3.0.10. So that is the latest version, just to confirm that. What version of Cosmos DB, or of the Document DB SDK does this use? It uses a deprecated package. That's awesome. Huh. I wonder what we want to do with that then. I think we're going to need to tackle that as a separate package, but it's interesting that the version that it's telling me to use happens to be a deprecated package. As I said, I was a little suspect that it was still called Document DB. Document DB was the original name of the Cosmos DB service before they renamed it. It was originally called Document DB, which led me to believe that this is probably an old package. So, I mean, I think for now we're just going to stick with that package, and we're going to see what we can find out about how to use it to do queries. Again, a bunch of notices that this is deprecated. We have a couple of years in terms of when they're not going to be supporting it anymore, but I guess for now we'll use it and see. Actually, here's what I'm going to do. I'm gonna create a GitHub issue just so that I can remember to look into this later. Investigate updating Cosmos Db Sdk version. So we're currently using the Azure Functions Cosmos Db extensions, which use a, let's see, version, it was 3.0.110. Zoom in a bit so people can see this, which uses a deprecated version of the Cosmos Db Sdk, which is this one here. Investigate updating this to a newer version. I'll just leave it at that for now, and I'm going to assign it to myself just for the time being. I'll try to add some more info, and then I might tag that as something that people can pick up as a community contribution if they're interested. All right, so we're going to stick with this for now, and I just want to see what they have for documentation for the API. We might not be able to find documentation for the API since it's the old deprecated version, which is a problem. But they do have samples here. That might help. I just want to see samples for like simple queries. Queries. Actually be able to find something here. Create documents, query all documents, query with equality, inequality, range, order by subdocuments. Is there a single, query single? Or first? So here they're doing queries using the SQL-like syntax of querying for like a, it's like a select from kind of syntax to it. I was looking more for this style where we're doing like a link query. Here they're doing a count, which isn't what we were looking for. We might not get anywhere with this just because it is an older version of the SDK. Interesting. All right. I am going to try one thing. It says that first or default. No, I'm going to leave it as is. I could do first. I think first might be something that is supported. Since the thing that was causing an error for us was where's the get by ID? Okay, so here what was happening is we originally didn't have this IEnumerable in here, and this was throwing an error saying first or default is not supported. I suspect that first is supported, but then we lose the ability to, that's going to throw an exception if the item doesn't exist. And then that makes it harder for me to throw this, well, not harder, but I'd have to do a try catch in order to do the return this bad request, which should actually be a not found object result. So I'm just going to leave it as it was, and we'll address the way these queries are written once we hopefully update to a supported version of the SDK. And we'll just leave that for now because I want to still get some of this functionality written. And around emergency kits, all of this part of the API where that we can tweak that later without affecting the functionality on the front end. Okay, so thinking back now to the functionality that we want to build and what we want these base kits to look like. When we look at the wireframes, we have this concept of, so here I'm going in to create my emergency kit, and in this calculator, I tell it how many adults, children, and pets I have. We're going to default that based on what's defined in your profile. And we're going to recommend a bunch of items for you based on that in these different categories. So we have like the generic items that kind of apply to everyone, and then the items that are only for your children, items that are only for your pets. So we need these multipliers for each of the items. Right now we just have a quantity per count, which isn't enough granularity. So I think we're going to go, and the first thing we need to do is change the structure of what those base kit items look like so that we can have the info we need to recommend the correct quantities based on what's been entered here. So I'm thinking what we'll do is we'll have a, right now we have quantity per count. I think what I'm going to do is say quantity per adult, quantity per child, and quantity per pet. And that should give us the information we need to go and recommend the right number of items for their kit when they go and create it based on what they've entered in the calculator here. So that information is defined in our TwoWeeksReady.common project here, which has all of our C# classes that define what these items are. So we have the base kits here, for example, here. We have a base kit, which has an ID, a name, icon, etc. We actually will need to edit that icon one too, but we'll come back to that in a little bit. Okay, so base kit item has an ID, a name, a description, a photo. I'm actually just going to remove that for now because we don't have that ability to add photos of individual items in the app. So quantity per count instead is going to be quantity per adult. And then we're going to have quantity per child. And then a quantity per pet. Child, quantity per pet. And so the quantity unit, I wonder if we should just call it unit of measurement. No, we'll just leave it as quantity unit. Okay, so per pet. The 14 days thing isn't necessarily true. 14 days is what we're targeting for your home kit. But if for something like a go bag or your work kit, it's not, you're not looking to build up an amount for 20 or for 14 days because that would be a lot to carry around with you everywhere you go. So this is just a quantity per pet for whatever duration the kit is supposed to be. So this is per child, and then this one is per adult. Okay, so that should give us the information we need within the kit item itself so that when we retrieve it on the client app, we can build out what we need in that UI. But now that this has changed, we'll have to go and change the edit UI on the admin app, because it no longer, well, first of all, it's referencing properties that don't exist, but also it doesn't have the information, all of the properties that it needs in that edit UI. So let's start with quantity per adult. So that'll be quantity per adult. And then we'll add the other two, so it'll be per child and per pet. And the reason we have those separated out is that certain things only apply to pets and children, and some things apply to everyone. So things like water and whatnot, those would apply to everyone, whether you're an adult or a child, for example. Your pets need water too, so we would be recommending a certain number of those per adult, child, or pet. But things like diapers, for example, might only apply to your children, and dog food would only apply to your dogs, or pet food would only apply to your pets. So that's why we have them separated out like that. This should give us the ability to save those individual items now. And we should modify this now to actually display this a little bit better. So we should have labels and maybe like display these in a better way in our form. So let's take a look at Bootstrap and see what they recommend for form layouts. We can pick one that works for us. So I think that, what's a good layout? There's like different ways of laying out these forms. And you can do like small, large controls, small controls, etc. I think we can probably keep it pretty simple. But we do need to make sure that it fits within those little cards that we're displaying them in. Row, more complex grid. You know what, let's just go with a simple, we'll go with something really simple. I do want to have labels on them. Let's just do this for now. So we're going to do simple form groups with labels and inputs for each of the things that we're editing. And let's see what that looks like. We might tweak it a little bit, but so the general idea being okay. So we have item.name is going to be the first one. We bind that to item.name. It is of type text, and this is going to be name. No, I don't want to give it an ID, actually. I just want to give it a name equals name. I'll call it item name. Name is just like a little bit too generic. And then we have the label, which is the name, like so. Okay, so that replaces this one. And so the reason it's important to have these labels is they're important for accessibility of your websites when you're creating them. Associating a label with a particular input tells screen readers that that input, when they go to announce the input that currently has focus, they can give it they know what text to read out to describe what that input is that the user is entering. If you don't have labels associated with your inputs, then there's no way for the screen reader to know it's it to the person who is trying to use it. So always important to try to tie those together. And this should do that for us. And then what I'm going to do is just kind of copy that. And how much should I copy? Yeah, this part. I'm going to paste that in here. We're going to do the same now for item description, description, item description, description. And then we're going to do the same thing for quantity. Those ones are going to be a little bit different. The type, I'm going to make them number this time instead of text. We had them as number previously, but that isn't quite right because these are actually numbers. We don't want just free-form text in there. And the description is quantity per adult. And this is for quantity per adult. And then I can do that again for the next next two. And I missed a Q on quantity. This is going to be per child, 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 child. So that's the one for child, and then we need the one for pets, quantity per pet, quantity per pet, quantity per pet. Let's copy paste here. Hopefully I'm not just copying and pasting bad code, because then I'll just be multiplying my bad code all over the place. Let's see. Quantity per pet. And then finally we have the quantity per unit, which is going to be a text one. So I'm going to go back and copy a text input. And that is going to be quantity units. Quantity unit, quantity unit, item quantity unit, item quantity unit, and that should be it. So with this update, we should have the ability now in the admin app to actually edit the things we need to edit. And then we can hopefully, oh, we have build errors. We can hopefully switch over then. So we have this stub repository that's used sometimes when people want to use the admin app without, like develop on the admin app without actually connecting it to the API. They can put in the stub repository, and it was referencing these properties that had changed. So that should be fixed now. Where else is there an issue? The emergency kits API. So this is something that we're going to need to change once we get to that point, but this is creating a base kit, an emergency kit from a base kit. So that's part of that functionality on the client app, where it's applying whatever it is that you've specified in that calculator against a base kit and coming up with the contents for you. So we'll come back to that, but we at least have it compiling now. And be able to run this and edit those kits and actually enter some information in them. Base kits. We have our water, our food, and our random test one. I'll call it filtration. Okay, so I can say that I want 4 gallons per adult and 2 gallons per child and 2 gallons per pet, as an example. Food, I'm going to want how many buckets of food? 2 buckets of food per adult and 1 bucket of food per child. I'm just going to save that. It says my kit was saved. I should be able to head over to my Cosmos DB emulator now, and we should see that information in here. And there it is. So we have that info that we need. There's one other thing I wanted to do on the admin app. we want to add this concept of images to the kits, and that's because over in the wireframes, if I look at the build a kit functionality, we have this concept of like these different icons here for the types of kits. So I would like to include that in the kit definition. So I actually need to go and download those assets and put them in my repo somewhere now so that they can be referenced. And let me just go and do that. So I have them like somewhere. Somebody sent them to me. Let's see. Going to download them here. What do these look like? We've got the vehicle kit. I'm going to download that. We've got the Go kit. We've got the Work and School kit. The Go kit, yeah. Looks like I don't have, oh, I do have the vehicle kit. The only one I'm missing is the home kit, I think. But that gives me a starting point at least. I'm gonna go and grab those. And I'll show you what I'm doing in a second. So within our folder for 2WeeksReady, we have under the app, under public images. Yeah, so we have this concept of all of these like hazard info images that can be used when you're defining hazard info stuff. And then we have kits, which, oh, it looks like I actually already had a bunch of this in here. So we have the concept of a vehicle kit and oh, it looks like the work kit one might have changed. So the vehicle kit one I have is right, but I don't have the Go kits and a couple other things. So this one here is going to be my Go kit image. This one is going to be my new work kit, so I'm going to delete that one. This one is work kit. And the vehicle kit looks like I already had that, so I can delete it. And we have something here for home kit, so that's good. So home, work and school, Go kit, and vehicle kit. So those are all there, which is great. And what we have is within the admin app, we have this already existing for hazard info, and I'll just show you what it looks like. So when I go to hazard info and I load up my list of hazards, I go to earthquake, I can click here and it actually shows me all the list of available assets that are there within the client app, and I can pick from them to define them as a URL that is part of the definition of what that hazard info is. I want the same concept here for my when I'm editing the kit details. So I should be able to edit the name of the kit as well. So at the beginning of this, before I list out all of these kit items, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a text box, another edit input so that I can edit the actual name of the kit, because I just realized we don't have the ability to do that right now. And then also have the ability to change what that URL is so that we can define a URL for it. So I should be able to just copy that code over from the hazard info implementation. So that would be, look at the hazard details. So there's this concept of a client image service that I can inject, and because I have to inject that, I don't think hot reload's going to work. So we're just going to stop what we were doing, and we're going to go to kit details, and we're going to inject that client image service so that we can get access to the client images. And when we look at So looking back here, I think with the images, that was all there was that I needed to inject to get the list of images. Yeah. So then what I can do is just actually copy this here. And maybe what I need to do is on my base kit, which is this guy. Right now it's just defined as an icon. We were using material design icons. But going forward, that's not actually what we want to do. We just want to use these built-in icons that we've defined, and they're just PNGs. So I'm actually just going to change this to icon URL instead, and we'll rename it that way. That's probably going to break something somewhere. So I'm going to compile and double check. Yep, one failed. And we're just going to default these to nothing. So that's a stub repository again. That was failing. I think that might be the only place. One more place. On URL. Ah, right. So now we don't actually want this to be a an image, and we want the source to be so the source is now going to be kit.image or icon URL. And hopefully that's the end of the errors. Okay, it didn't like the app here. Why is that? Oh, it's just Visual Studio being weird. Okay, so that should list out the icon URL, although we don't have those defined yet. But okay, so that compiles. Now what I should be able to do is go and grab this icon URL here, and which is just, it's doing a drop down of all the images that are available, and then displaying the list for me, and then displaying a preview of what that looks like just below. So I can go and put that up here above my cards. I'm going to do class equals row, I guess. Not sure. But I'm going to add this form group here. I should probably wrap this in a form. And instead of the hazard icon URL, it's going to be my kit.icon URL. I'm binding it to kit.icon URL. And that should give me the ability to go and define what the icon is for this particular kit. And I also wanted to put the input for the name, and I suspect that I'm going to have something very similar here that I can copy over. All right, this is wrapped in something called an edit form, and I can't remember why. That has something to do with input select. Actually, it has to be bound to this edit form for the input select to work. So I'm glad I noticed that, because I remember struggling with that last time. So this should be edit form, and my model equals my kit. Okay, so here we have the kit name, which binds to kit name, and I'm going to just call this kit name and kit name. All right, let's see if that works. So I should be able to edit the name of my kit and also define what the URL, what the icon is for that kit. And I suspect there's going to be a little bit of goofiness with the way it gets displayed currently. I should see some broken images here because there were, oh, actually, it crashed entirely. So let's see what happened there. No connection could be made because the Server actively refused it. That's rude. Why is my API not letting me call get kits? Okay, that just worked now. That's random. All right, so what I'm going to do is this is supposed to be my home kit. So I'm actually going to change it to just home kit. And I chose my icon URL there, so I'm going to save that now. Should all get saved. And when I go back to my list of base kits, it did change the name to HomeKit, but it didn't display this image here. And I'm curious as to why. So we have our table, our body with a couple rows. Oh, right. When we're within the context of the admin app, we need to do something to display that. Right, we have to do this to absolute path thing with our image service so that it knows actually where to look for that image. So that was on the list here. Not that one. Kits.list. So here I'm going to need to inject my image service again, and then here I do at client images dot to absolute path, and I give it the icon URL, and then that should render that properly for me. I'm going to want to keep it a little bit smaller, so I'm going to say width equals, I don't know, 50, kind of random. We'll see what that does. Okay. Heading over to base kits. There we go, we get our icon. Looks like crap, but at least it is functional and does what we need it to do. Now, my Go bag, I should be able to come in here and pick my Go kit icon. Call it a Go kit. And we'll hit save. There we go. Looking better, I think. All right, so we've fixed a couple things. There is one more thing I want to fix on the admin app before well, there's a few things I want to fix in the admin app, but something I want to fix right now on the admin app is when we initially launch this, I kind of need to stop and start it to show what I'm talking about, but that initial time that we go to call the base kits here, our API isn't started up yet, so it takes a little while, and it says no kits defined, when in reality what it's trying to do is load the kits, so it's not showing me proper feedback of what's happening there. So let's just go see if we can fix that. I know that I've fixed it elsewhere on other pages, but right now what it's doing is saying if the base kits is null or there are no base kits, then if it's null or there are no base kits, it just displays no base kits, which isn't accurate. What we did here in this other one is we said if hazard infos, I guess we added this else if that says if it's null, then it means we're loading. We haven't actually tried loading yet because initially hazard infos is set to null, and then once it's done loading, if the collection is empty, then we know that it's because there are none of those in the database. We got an empty list back. So it's not like great that we're using null to have like meaning here, but it at least, as I said, kind of gets this aspect of it working. So I'm going to add that in just because that was bothering me. We'll follow that same pattern here. I'll just copy this else if, and I'm going to copy that over to this list, pop it in here and say if if base kits equals null, then we say loading. And we don't display that misleading no base kits defined when it's actually just trying to load the base kits in the first place. Open the other screen this time for some reason. All right, base kits. Okay, so now it says loading. And we can probably clean up a couple other things on this UI, so we don't really need to say current base kits defined. That feels a bit redundant. We don't really need to say what app they're working in, because hopefully they know where they are in terms of that. Administer, we'll just say administer base kits. And then that'll, I love when hot reload actually works. I didn't need to recompile the app or anything. That just showed up for me immediately in the app. And there we go. That looks a little more consistent now with how hazard info is defined. We can also probably tweak the way that table is being displayed. That's probably a really easy one because I think I can just add a class here that says table. And what did we use for the other one? Table and table bordered. So these are just classes over from Bootstrap that will give it apply a little bit of styling to these things. I don't know that that's necessarily that much better, but it adds a little bit of spacing around the items, which isn't a bad thing, I think. All right, I think that's probably good enough for the admin app. Actually, I lied. The other thing that's missing here is that we don't have the ability to define a new type of kit. So we're just kind of stuck with whatever happened to be in the database. So if we have an empty database initially, we have no way of creating a new one. So we're going to copy again the patterns that we used over for hazard info to do that. Right now, when you click on a kit, it takes you to this route, kit / and then the ID. So we're going to create a new route that's kit / new that allows you to define an entirely new one. And it should be pretty straightforward. We can use all the same stuff. We're just going to give it a new empty kit, and then it'll be up to the user to define what they want to put in there. So if I remember correctly, it's over on the detail one. So we define a new route for the page here that's just kit / new. And I'm gonna have to stop because that is outside the bounds of what hot reload can handle, I guess, adding new routes, which is fine. I do hope that that's able to expand to support more scenarios in the future. So right now it feels a little unclear as to when hot reload is going to work and not. It's a little bit weird getting that pop-up saying that I need to stop or change my code to do something. It's just a little bit unclear. Okay, so we added that route, and then I think what we need to do is just add a little bit of logic here that says when we go to save, if kit.id, well, let's just make sure that we use the same pattern we used over in hazard info. But I think what we did was, yeah, so if string is null or empty, then we call the create method on the repo, otherwise we call save. So we are going to head over to here. So I'm going to say if string.is null or empty. So we're kind of making an assumption there that if the kit doesn't have an ID, then it's a new kit, and otherwise it's an existing kit, and we are going to edit it. So here we're going to do kit equals await repository dot create base kit, and we just pass it the kit. Pretty straightforward. But then we also need to add the button. So what we did over here on this guy is there's actually a bug here too, where this button only, oh no, it's there in both cases. So we have the ability to add a new hazard info. We're going to do the same thing for kits. We're just going to say add new kit instead. So that would happen below our table. We have a button called kits. /new add new kit, and also going to define it here. If there are no base kits, then we also need the ability to create a new one. So that basically should be it. And oh, maybe one more thing. So if we go to new, right, so on initialize, we also need that logic that goes and just creates like an empty one for you. So over here, when we initialize it, we are going to need this logic here. Else kit equals new kit, new base kit, right? Yes. Okay, so that should give us the ability to add new ones, which is another piece of missing functionality in the admin app. You know what I think was happening there is that so I got an error when the page initially loaded, and I think I just realized what that error is about. So at the beginning of the stream, I was talking about how I'm launching multiple projects at once. I don't have just the one startup project. I'm launching the Functions API and the Blazor admin app at the same time. And what's happening is the Blazor app is starting up faster than the API, the Functions app. So when the Blazor API goes to call or the Blazor app goes to call that API to load the data, it's not running yet, and that's why I'm getting an exception saying that the connection was refused. And then when I refresh the page, it works because by then the API has started up. Okay, so we have add new kit. I should be able to go and that didn't do anything. It took me to the route. That's weird. Oh, I have a breakpoint here that, oh, interesting. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Let's stop that. I was checking kit.id, but what I actually wanted was ID in this case. So ID is the parameter here that is usually, if you're going to edit one, it gets passed in as a page parameter. So it'll be null when I go to the new one. That's what I meant to check instead of kit.id, because in this case, when I'm initializing, the kit hasn't been created yet. It's always null. So I had a null reference exception there. Function app. So here you can kind of see that there's that timing issue of the function app not being up and running quite yet when I was clicking on base kits and causing that error. Okay, now I should be able to hit add new. I can give it a name. So this was going to be my vehicle kit. And I can pick the vehicle kit icon, which is really big apparently. I can add items to it. One thing that's really important to have in your vehicle in Canada is a blanket to stay warm. In case of an emergency in the winter. And what's a unit you use to measure blankets? I have no idea. EA. What does that stand for? For each. Okay, cool. We'll save that. We now have home kits, go kits, and vehicle kits. And the other one that we wanted was a work school kit. And I believe we had a work kit icon. Save. It looks like the wrong icon happened there. Oh, weird. It's serving out the old icon for me. That's strange. Oh, that's a weird thing. I need to rebuild my client app again. So those images get served in the client application, since that's where we actually want them to like ship with the client app. And as part of that PWA, the Progressive Web App. So they're kind of bundled into that application, and I think it's just serving like the wrong version of that, an old version of that image from disk, because I did update it. It should be giving me the new one. We'll just let that restart and see. So we've added a few things here, piece of functionality that were missing from the admin app. We can now add new ones. And so we're adding new items, and we have the ability to specify these new properties that didn't exist anymore. So quantity per adult, child, and pet. And we have the ability to specify the icons that we didn't have before. So we've kind of rounded out that feature a little bit. So I'm going to do another commit here. And then I think we're in good shape to go and switch over to the working on the client side application. See if we can get some of that functionality going. So here we can add new base kits. And refactored base kit properties. It's going to commit all of those. And I'm going to push this up to GitHub now. So my client app should be running, and I'm kind of curious if my theory is right, that it was just serving out the image. If I refresh this, yeah, now it's serving out the new work kit that I had updated it to. It solves that mystery for me at least. Cool. What I'm going to do is head over to GitHub. And I'm going to create a draft pull request just so that we can kind of review where we're at so far. So I'm going to create this as a draft pull request. And this is emergency kits. Build emergency kits feature. So improved admin app. The ability to add / edit base kits. So that's what we've done so far. And then actually I'm going to make these checklist items. So that's in there so far. Check it off like that, I think. And then we want to have the ability to actually create, build kits within the client app. Build emergency kits in 2WR app. So those are the two things that we're working to do. We have a draft pull request now, so people can go and look at it if they want and review the changes that we've made. And you can see here we've modified these, added some images, we've modified it, some of the code, changed our definition of what a base kit is, and base kit items. And we have all of our changes to the admin app, as well as the solution architecture diagram that we added at the beginning of the conversation, or at the beginning of the stream. That kicks off some of our workflows too, so that'll give us the ability to see if we've broken anything in terms of like compiling the app up on the server and running whatever tests it is that we run in an automated fashion there. So it detected that we did make a change to the API. We did make a change that affected the app because we added some images in that folder. So it detected that we have changes to all of our different projects here. And it kicked those off. So letting those run. Some of them are quite quick. Compiling the admin app and the API, those are both .NET based, and those go pretty quick. The 2WR app is like kind of the bigger portion of it right now too, but it's the Vue.js app, so we have to do like an npm install, and we have to do the npm run build, which does take a little bit of time. But the other thing that it does is also runs some automated end-to-end tests. So one of the things that takes a little while is installing Playwright and Chromium. Takes like a little bit for that to happen, but not too long. And then it goes and actually runs some automated tests against the app, which is kind of fun. We don't have a lot of tests yet, but what it is doing is checking to, it's running some automated accessibility tests to make sure that we haven't missed anything, at least on like the beginning part of the app. We're going to look at expanding that as we build out more features. But that's something I'm pretty excited about is seeing how to tie or how to improve our end-to-end test coverage. So that's testing using a tool called Playwright, which does browser automation in a way that I quite like. It a lot of my previous experience with doing browser automation was with Selenium, and often those tests ended up being really flaky, and they were hard to get a good repeatable test run, successful test run out of them. This works a lot better, I find. So that seems to be working. We can probably just let that go and we can switch gears and head back over to the client app. So I'm just going to leave the API running over on the API and the admin app running in Visual Studio, and I'm going to switch context over into Visual Studio Code. And we're going to take a look at the client app and see what we currently have in terms of base kits, or the emergency kit functionality, and see what we can change to make it match a little better what the mockups show us. So we're looking at these wireframes. This is what we're hoping to add into the app now. So there's a new image here also that I'll need to incorporate. But so the way we get there, first of all, is from the homepage. There's this button that says Build a Kit. So we can probably start with that. Is just make sure that that looks the way we expect it to, and then we can start exploring some of those features of what this all looks like. So when we go to the home screen, there's Build a Kit, and it does say Build a Kit. Create a grab and go kit. So I'm just comparing the wording here, make sure that that all looks right. Close enough. Then we come in here, and so currently what it's doing is it's pulling whatever list of things I happen to have in my existing list of kits. The screen looks very different than what is in the mockups. It came from an earlier implementation when we didn't have the mockups yet, so we just kind of guessed what we wanted it to look like. But let's just compare to what's here now, and we'll maybe build out that page to look more like this. So rather than listing out the kits, what we want to do is have the category of all the base kits. So I think the first thing that we're going to need is like, well, what are the base kits? So that we can render each of these buttons to take us to our list of home kits, work kits, go kits, and vehicle kits. So these are buttons. This isn't a button. The styling of these Adobe XD designs is like, we don't want to match them exactly. They're just kind of a guideline of what we want the functionality to be. So let's start by pulling down that image. I know I had that somewhere, but I didn't save it. So it looks like this one. Paste that again over in our images folder for the TwoWeeksReady app. So it's going to go here. Might as well put it here in this folder for kits, and we're going to call it the build kit. All right, so that image is available to us now. Just thinking, okay. So let's go and change. There's a structure here that's going to need to change a little bit. But we have, the way this is split up within the view application is under views, we have prepare, which was the button I clicked to get here. So prepare. That gives me the options here of what to look at, making family plans, building kits, looking at hazards. So within prepare, there's emergency kits, family plans, hazards. So there's all these things that, like a folder that maps to each of these. So I'm looking at emergency kits, and we have 3 different views here. There's like creating an emergency kit, listing out all of our emergency kits, and editing our emergency kits. And as I said right now, when we click on that, we go to the list, which just lists out all of our kits. But it looks like what we want to do is have more of a landing page that's before that, which I'm not sure what we'll call it. Maybe it's called Build a Kit. But that's where it's going to list out the types of kits. So it's going to give us those categories, or the different, which essentially is the base kits that have been defined. So instead of going straight to the listing, what we want to do is go to something called, what do we want to call this? Always the hardest part is like coming up with names. Well, let's look at the mock-ups again. They call it build a kit, so maybe that's what we call it is just build a kit. We'll call it emergency kit - build. That's what we'll call it. So I'm gonna, the views are just the pages, and they are mostly just a wrapper for the component that implements it. It is maybe a little bit redundant for us to be doing that, but that's the pattern that we've followed so far, and I don't really want to introduce new patterns at this stage, so I'm just going to call this emergency kit - build, and it's going to reference a component called emergency kit build, and it's going to pull that from somewhere that doesn't exist yet, but from a component called emergency kit build. It's going to be called the emergency kit build page is the name of this view that I'm defining right now. And it's going to use this emergency kit build component. Okay, so we've defined some stuff. We've defined the root page at least. And what I'm going to do is, just to show that we actually are here, I'm going to put an H1. Just because we don't have that component built yet, I'm going to comment that out. It's warning me that that's not being used. I think that still allows it to compile, so we can test this out. So once we have that like page level component defined, we need to go and define a route for it. And those are defined down in somewhere in our router. So here we have our different various routes, and we already had one for like that listing page, creating a kit, and editing a kit. And those are all going to change, but let's just start by building out this build a kit page. So the route for this is going to be emergency kit / build. And the name of the route is emergency kit / build. And the component is emergency kit build page. So that's telling, I actually need to go and import that here. Okay, so we pull in that page. What this is doing, what we defined here is that, what's it complaining about? Oh, it is complaining about a dependency not found. Okay. What I was saying is what we're defining here is how the path that you go to, like the URL in your browser, maps to a particular component within Vue. That's what this routing is doing. Then we have this additional metadata that we use that says whether or not it requires authentication. So if the user has to be logged in first before they can get to that page, in that case, if the user tries to go to the page, it's going to redirect them to the login through Auth0, get all their sign-in sorted out, and then bounce them back over to the page that they started out with. But I'm getting an error here, and I'm not sure what the deal is. It's saying, oh, okay, so now it's complaining that it can't find this thing. I'm just going to comment that all out for now. I just want to see if when I go to that route, I can actually get to that new page that I've created, which should just say build a kit currently, and then we'll start building out that functionality. So I'm going to go to the prepare page, which renders out prepare landing under components. So currently we have this card that says build a kit, and it was sending you to that listing page. So what I'm going to do is have it send us to the build page instead. So now when I go click on that button, build a kit, it should take me to build page. It just says build a kit. Okay, so we got our routing hooked up. That's the first step. Now we need to go and create that component that's actually going to render the page looks like, what that build a kit page looks like. Just gonna take a sip of water. All right. So that component will live under here, under kits, and I'm going to borrow from, I want a good starting point. So I think what I'm going to do is borrow from edit. Or create. I'm going to see which one has some of the info that I might be interested in using. This one has the concept of getting base kits. You know what? I'll just start with the listing one, and then we'll kind of go from there. So this one we were calling build, emergency kit build, and we'll need to go and redefine what that component is, or change what the component is. It's called emergency kit build, and we don't have this concept of search or anything. What is the header? Where is that used? Not even be used. Okay, so what we need to do is go and get the list of base kits. That's like the first thing we need to do when we get in here so that we can render out these buttons. What I want to do is, instead of render an empty page, which is what we have now, I want to render out these 4 buttons. So home kit, work kit, go kit, vehicle kit, which will just be whatever kits happen to be defined in the base kits, right? So I'm going to go in and do that. I already have the ability, I think, within the client app to go and fetch the list of base kits. We are using something called Vuex to manage our, which is like a, if you're familiar with like React, they have Redux for state management. It's this concept of state management for Vue. I find it a little bit cleaner than, or a little bit easier to understand maybe than Vuex or than Redux. But you have the concept of a 3 different things within your store. There's the state, which is the state that you're managing. There's mutations, which is how you make a change to the state. And you have actions. And actions are things that are triggered by the user. For example, like clicking a button to initiate something happening. So an action might involve like calling an API to load data. And then when that data gets back, it mutates the state. And then because that's all being tracked within the store, Vue is able to know when it should update the UI. So it kind of centralizes a lot of that logic that might have been scattered throughout your application previously. And what we do is we split that state up, this state up into, or not the state, but the store being the state mutations and actions. We split it up into modules so that it's not like all over the place. Because if we just had like one store for the entire application, it might get a little bit hard to manage. So we have it split up into the different sections of the app, and we have things like base kits being its own store. So within base kits, we have state, and we know if we're loading them or if there was an error loading them. And we know we have a list of them that will just be an array of the base kits once they're loaded. So what we can do is we can dispatch an action to tell it to go and load all of those kits. And it will go and load the kits from the server by calling our API to get all of the list of kits. But this is an app that we're building for emergency management, so we're also very cognizant of that the connection might not be stable. So what we do is if we're online, we will try to call the server, but if that fails or if we happen to be offline, there isn't a network connection at that moment, we will actually just pull it from local cache. So there's a local cache where we store that information within the browser or within the app, which happens to be running in the browser, and then we'll serve it from cache otherwise. So we do that. It looks like that functionality is here. We have the ability to get those base kits, and I did see that over in here when we go to create, we do dispatch that message of go and get the base kits. So over on my build-a-kit, when that component gets created, I think that's where I wanted to put it, I'm going to dispatch go and get the base kits. So it will go and fetch those kits for me when I go to this page, and then I should be able to render those on the page when I get it back. So the way I do that is by defining a computed property that I map from my state. So that allows me to expose properties on this particular component that happen to be pulling from the state that was loaded, however it happened to be loaded. So I call this map state, and then I can get information like, is it loading my base kits, which I guess I don't have here. What I can do is I can get the base kits just right from my store. So I'm going to do that here. So on my computed map state, I don't have that list of emergency kits anymore. What I have is my base kits. So I'll have my list of base kits once they're available. And I'm thinking I'm probably going to want to know if it's loading or not so that I can display a message to that effect, which I was probably doing here with the old one. No, I wasn't. Interesting. Okay. All right, so where was I? I have my list of base kits. Let's see if I can render that out and into some little cards or something. Probably similar to how I was rendering them actually for hazards, because the hazard list, if we go and look at the hazard list, wrong app, that's the admin app. If I go back to prepare and I go to hazard info, which apparently, learn my hazards. So I'm listing these out in cards with the icons on them. I'll probably want to do something fairly similar here for my build-a-kit page to match what that mock-up looked like. So let's look at the hazard info list and see how it did that. So it did have the concept of loading, which I think we'll add. So with the hazard info, it makes the call to get the hazard info. It defaults to loading, and then when it's done loading, it sets that to false so that we can display a loading indicator when we initially go to the page. So we might as well do that on this one too. So I don't think we need this concept of headers. So we're gonna add is loading. And because this is actually async, we can await it. The dispatch itself returns a promise, so it can tell us when it's done. And how did we do that over here? How did we make that async? We just called it async. Okay. Add the async keyword there, and then we can just say this.loading equals false. We'll change what that UI looks like a bit. We're just going to borrow from here, because why not? So we have a container. These are all Beautify components, they're called. We're using a library called Beautify to build out this UI. And I'm just gonna, to be consistent, use the same pattern again as we did on that other one. So here we have a go back button. We had an icon here, and I'm probably, which one did we use for the compare? I'll use the same icon as we did here, which was a nickel bag. I don't know if that makes sense, but we'll go with it. So this was build. What was the title of the page when we looked at the mockup? Build your emergency kits. And we display a loading indicator based on, but only if the state is loading, which maps to our data here, the loading piece. And then we're going to display cards, and we're going to display them based on the items that we got back. So we called those base kits instead of items. So it's going to be for each base kit in base kits. And we're going to give that little card a key based on the ID. And eventually we're going to do something when we click on it, but we're going to come back to that. We're going to display an image, which is the base kit's icon URL. And we're going to display the name, which is the base kit name. So in theory now, when we come to this page, it's going to render this component. Well, it will in a second. And then it's going to, I'm going to delete some of this stuff. And then it's going to display a little tile for each of the base kits that's defined in our database. So the only thing I have left to do here is if I go back to the actual page that we had defined at the beginning, under here, we want to actually pull in that view now. And instead of rendering that H1, I'm going to render that component within my page. Compiled successfully, so let's see if it actually did what we expected it to. We click on build a kit, and there we go. We have our 4 kits. So we have home kit, go kit, vehicle kit, and work and school kit. The images are rendering weird. I'm going to dig into that as a starting point just to see if we can improve it a little bit. So this one looks okay. I think it's that they're all different sizes, and that's going to be part of our problem. But this is a responsive image sizer. Oh, it's using a background image, and it's doing center, which I would expect, but why are these ones looking so weird then? Ooh, it's not letting me modify the, oh, there we go. Okay, I don't want to do that there. Let's refresh the page. Okay, how am I rendering that? I am using, I believe, the V image. Yeah, I'm using vimage. So let's go have a look at what that is in Beautify. So we are on Beautify 2. Beautify 3 is in beta. We'll hopefully be moving to that soon, which will allow us to move also to View 3. So we're also currently using View 2. But let's take a look at the component that we're using here and see if we can figure out a way to customize it so that those images look a little better. So we can do things like specifying a max height and a max width, which will change, I guess in this case it's cropping it. Unless we specify the contain. I think that might be our issue, that we want to specify contain. Let's see what happens if I tell it to contain the image. That looked a little bit better, I think. Or did that not change anything at all? What's going on here? Oh, that did change it. Okay. So contain is part of it for sure. The other part of it is that we're just, the images aren't very good quality. We need to export them a little better from Adobe XD so that we have assets that are of better quality. I think that this GoKit one is not a very good one right now. And some of the other ones aren't great either in terms of like the size. Yeah, it's a very, very small image. So what's happening is it's getting stretched out when we stretch it. It's, yeah, there's not enough pixels there for it to be rendered at this size. But that's at least we can render these out. It's doing something now. So the other thing we wanted though was, let's just see if we can round out this UI, this page, and then that might be a good point to take a short break. So getting back over here, we want this text, which unfortunately I can't select. Why is that? Is there a mode I can enter in Adobe XD such that I can actually select the text? It doesn't look like it. Maybe I'll be lucky and I can. It's just rendering probably as an image. That's unfortunate. Okay. I can't get to the text, so I'm going to have to type it out. But I want to render this image, first of all, and then add the text. So we'll add that header image to the top of the page. So that would be here. I'm probably going to do another V. There's this concept of like rows and columns with how we lay things out inside of Beautify. So I'm going to add that row. I don't know if I need columns or not, but I'm just going to try adding the image first and giving it the source, which was, hoping I get some auto completion here. Not quite. Git slash build a kit was the image that I wanted. Okay, that rendered the image, so that's a start. I'm gonna make it a little bit smaller because I feel like it's probably using up a little bit too much space. What I'm going to do is give it like a max height, and I think there was a way to do that with that component. We switch back to Beautify. Yes, max height. I wonder if the max height can be set to a percentage. It has to be a pixel. A number or a string. That was min height, but max height. Let's see if there's something I can do with this. I'm going to try setting max height equal to 20% of the view height. Well, I'm going to make it really small initially to see. Okay, so that made it 10% of the view height, which is too small. I'm going to say 20% is probably a good one. And then I think we want to do contain again. We'll do contain. All right. Now that we have that, thanks, KJ Betts. Yeah, it's been a while since I've done any blogging. Was pretty big into it back in when we were doing the early, as he said, in the early days of .NET Core. I'm glad you found that helpful. We are still doing the videos, which we do weekly over on YouTube at Asp.Net Monsters. But yeah, I haven't had time to do much blogging lately. But thank you. Thanks for joining. All right, we're going to add that little block of text now. I think there's a component called vtext, which I can use for that, which I'll just do as another row, I guess. I don't know if that's the best way to do it, but we'll start with that. v-text. Nope. How do I render just a block of text with Vuetify? Should be pretty straightforward. But it's been a little while since I've done Vuetify. It doesn't need to be a component, it is just text after all. Probably can just be, what are they? I can probably just do like a paragraph. I'll try that. And what is that text supposed to say? Pull this over here temporarily. All right. After a disaster, you may be on your own for at least 2 weeks. After you fill out your family plan, this section will help you determine what you need to build your for you and your family, one step at a time. So one of the whole goal with this app is to make it easy for people to understand what they need to do, and this is just some verbiage around trying to explain what that is. Okay, so we have our kit, our HomeKit, GoKit. I've got some weird clipping going on here with this thing. I think I need to add just some spacing. What is vspacer? There's a bug with how I'm doing this at the moment. Where was this? Sorry, vspacer. Yeah, there's a bug in my layout where it doesn't let me scroll far enough down. The bar at the bottom ends up taking some space, which sucks. Yeah, Agile Ramblings, thanks for the follow. We've got, actually it doesn't tell me what this does. does vspacer do? I guess we'll just have a peek and see what it did. Didn't do what I thought it would. Okay, well, what I'm going to do is the silly way is I'm just going to add a bunch of line breaks to the bottom of the page so that I can scroll far enough down to be able to see the bottom of those components. Okay, that gives me my emergency kits. It gives me this page that will kick off this process of building the emergency kits now. So that's a pretty good start on the client-side app. Just to recap, we built out the functionality we needed on the server side, or on the admin app, so that we can define what these base kits are. We're rendering those kits on the client side, and now I'm going to take a short break, and when we get back, we'll get started on what happens when you actually click one of these buttons here to create a new home kit, go kit, vehicle kit, or work and school kit, and we'll take it from there. So, be back in just a few minutes. We'll see you soon. And we're back. Let me know in chat if you can hear me, because I had issues with this scene earlier where I didn't have the mic working. I'm curious to know if it's working now. Hoping it is. I'll just keep talking for a bit, hoping that somebody will respond and let me know if they can hear me. Seeing any notes there in the chat, so I'm going to switch back over to coding. All right. Quick recap. Cool. So you could hear me, which is good. I'm glad that that scene does work. I can use it again in the future. Now, what I was just going to do, quick recap, we added the ability to come into a build your emergency kits page and list out all of the emergency kits that are defined in the base kits that are defined in by the admin user. So the items that are in the database. I do want to just double check and see if my loading indicator was working. So I'm curious if that's working. So the way I'm going to test that is by kind of cheating a little bit. I'm going to go to my API here on the back end that gets the list of all of the base kits. So this is the endpoint that the UI calls when it wants to get the list of kits. So when I come in here and click this, I didn't hit my breakpoint. Is that because it grabbed it from cache? What just happened there? I'll refresh the page. It's strange. I did expect that to hit this endpoint. Oh, that's emergency kits. That's why. I want get base kits, which maybe I'm in the wrong file entirely. Let's see. We have base kits API. That's why. Okay. There's my list of base kits. When I refresh this page, there it goes. So I hit my breakpoint. Oh, and I accidentally continued. Try that again. Okay, so I hit my breakpoint on the API. It's just kind of sitting there waiting for me. And then over here, the front end is sitting waiting to get a response from the API. So you can see my little loading indicator at the top. It's maybe not positioned at the best place, but it does indicate something that it's loading, trying to get some data. So I just wanted to confirm that that was working. And then when the data comes back, it renders the data and the little loading indicator disappears. So that's working, which is good. This is again another good place for me to commit because I have like a working piece and it'd be nice to go back to that in case I mess something up as I continue to build out this feature. So I'm going to add all of those changes and this is going to be build a kit page. I tap build a kit page. I am going to commit that and we might as well push it up to GitHub, to my branch, which should again kick off my GitHub workflows. If we go and look at that draft PR that I had created, which was here. So over under pull requests, we can see my draft PR build emergency kits feature. There's my new commit, and you can see that it's kicked off some new builds to go and confirm that I haven't broken something in the code. All right, what do we want to work on next? We'll kind of head back over to the Adobe XD design just to remind ourselves of what we're trying to accomplish here. So we're on this page. We have the title says build your emergency kits. I've kind of moved that up to the top. We have the image and the text, and then we have all of our buttons for each of the individual items. They don't render great with the images we have currently, but the functionality is there at least. And we can come back and tweak that a little bit in the future. But what happens when you click one of these? So when we click HomeKit, it's supposed to take us to a page that lists out any of the HomeKits that I have and gives me an option to add new ones. So I might have more than one home. Some people have, a primary residence, and they might also be responsible for grandma's house, for example, or their kid's dorm room, and they want to track all of that within this app. Or maybe they have a vacation home where they want to have some additional information. So there's an additional emergency kit. So this is going to be another page that doesn't exist yet, but it's going to be listing out all of the kits that are based off of the HomeKit base kit. So any kits that were created. So it's kind of like the listing one we had before, but it's going to be filtered based on that type of kit. And then there's going to be the ability to click add so that you can add a new kit of that type to your list of kits. And then you have the ability to dig into individual ones or create new ones, where you have that calculator that I talked about, where we have the number of adults, children, and pets, and we have all of the items in your kit that you can track. So let's start with, we'll see if we can create this page. So it's going to be, again, a new route. It's going to be listing out all the kits of a specific type, essentially. But I'm just kind of talking out loud, trying to think how I'm going to structure that. It's a little bit confusing just because we already have some existing functionality from like our initial build out of this emergency kits feature, and things have changed a bit. But I think what we're going to have is, I think we'll repurpose the list, emergency kit list, and we're going to call it, it's going to be listing out those we're going to pass in a parameter to it that is the base kit ID, and then we're going to use that to query for a list of emergency kits for that user that were created using that base kit ID. So as I say that out loud, I realize we're going to need a new API endpoint that doesn't currently exist. Because right now what we do is we make a call for a list of emergency kits, but it's a list of all emergency kits. It's not emergency kits by type. So we could do this a couple of ways. We could always query for the list of all emergency kits for that user, and then filter it on the client side down to just the list that was created by that base type ID. Or we can do the filtering on the server side. I usually lean towards doing the filtering on the server side and limiting the amount of data that we pull back to the client app. I don't know in this case if that's necessarily the best approach. It's really hard to say, but I think I'm going to go with my gut on that one and just stick with filtering on the server side. And unless it causes us some problems, then we'll maybe revert back to just pull back the full list. So let's switch gears over to the API, and we're going to take a look at our emergency kit API. So currently we have get kits, which, as I said, you do have to be authorized to you have to be authenticated to get your list of kits. And what we do is we go and query the emergency kits collection within our database, and we filter based on user ID. So we say where user ID equals the user.identity.name of the currently authenticated user, which is the user ID. And that gives us back like the list of all of the emergency kits for that user. And we return that. we just build up that list and we return the list to the caller. What we are going to want to add is an additional where clause, or additional parameter to that where clause that allows us to also filter based on the type or the base kit that it was created on. So we have to make sure that we have that information in here, which we don't currently. So there's some changes to the model here that we're going to need to do. And these are there's actually a few things we need to do. So there's the name of the kit, which the person will edit. But there's a couple things that also changed. I don't know that we need a color. That was something that we had a while back. We do need an icon URL now, probably to, well, do we? No, we don't even need that. I don't think we're going to have icons for the individual kits. But I think they just use in this case, they use the icon from the base kit, which we will already know because we have the ID of the base kit here. So I don't think we need to do that in this case. Yeah, we don't need that icon because there's no way to edit the icon. Yeah, we'll just leave that. We'll remove that. We're going to simplify our model a little bit. So we're going to remove the concept of the icon URL. And then our kit items themselves are going to have to change a bit, probably. Actually, no, they won't. Well, I think we might want to optionally add the base kit item ID so that we know what it was originally created from. And I think we're going to want to know that so that when we go to edit kits down the road, we have the ability to kind of like tie it back to where it came from when it was created. I'm going to add that in, but I'm not really going to do anything with it yet. I can't remember why we're explicitly setting all of these base kit item, or sorry, all of these JSON properties, because the default settings of the serializer should be doing that for us, but I'm going to follow the pattern for now. I'm going to create a work item or a GitHub issue to maybe review that down the road. But for now, we stick with the patterns that were established for the project to avoid any confusion. So we have our kit items. I think the big thing that we're going to need here is to also include the base kit ID that it was created from. Some property name. Base kit ID. Okay, so if that, when we create it then, it's always going to be created from a base kit as the initial starting point, and we'll always be able to tie it back to that base kit using that ID, and that's what we'll be able to filter from. So I probably broke something by removing some properties here. I'm just going to do a rebuild. Oh, it doesn't look like I broke anything, so that's cool. Let's head over then to my emergency kit API, and this one where I say get kits. Currently, there's no parameter here at all that's passed in. So I am going to add a parameter that is the type. And I can't remember how to do that, but I know that, oh, here we have string ID is one that gets passed in. So for get kit, and so it's defined as part of the route. I am going to call it base kit ID. So when I'm getting my list of emergency kits, there's going to be string base kit ID here. And my route is going to be, how do they define the route here? The route is going to be emergency kits and slash base kit ID. Okay, so that should get, when we call this, we can pass in through a route parameter just as part of our URL that we're doing the get on, the base kit ID. And what I'm going to do then is I'm going to make this a little bit flexible. So if you don't pass a base kit ID, it's actually just going to return all your kits like it does today. But if you do specify a base kit ID, then it's only going to return the kits that you have that are that were modeled against that original base kit ID. So the way we do that, I'm going to do that is, what does this return? It's an iQueryable kit. So I'm going to call this the kit query equals this. I'm going to rename this one to document query. I'm kind of splitting this up into a couple little pieces here. And what I'm going to do is say if not string.isNull or empty, base kit ID, then I'm going to say, in that case, I'm going to say kit query equals query kit query. I'm hoping that this is supported by the version of the SDK that we're using, but I'm going to just like add another link where clause to it that says where e.basekitid equals basekitid. So that's how we'll implement that additional filter that we don't currently have. All right. Admin app still works. We have our base kits defined. What I'm going to do here is come and grab a kit ID. I'm going to do a little bit of testing without having this fully implemented on the client side. We're going to play around with some browser dev tools, see if I can remember how to use them to do that. But let's just see. Okay, so hitting F12, I'm going to go to my developer tools, and in here it should have made a call to my API, which is right here, to do the base kits. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, I'm going to copy the, I'm going to do edit and resend. So there's this really cool feature in browser dev tools called the network console, which allows you to, oh, where's the, okay, so the info is there. No, that didn't do what it was supposed to. Let me close that, and I'm going to try that edit and resend button again, because I feel like that didn't quite work. Well, it does have the auth token in it. But what seems to be missing is the actual endpoint, the actual URL that it was supposed to call. So I'm just going to see if I can resend that call to get the base kits. Let's see what it does here. So it did go and call get the base kits, which is good. That means that the thing that's sometimes tricky with that is like making the call, making that HTTP get, I needed my auth token in there. And this brought it across for me when I did that edit and resend. And then I'm able to basically play around with my get request and test that new endpoint that I created without implementing the functionality yet on the client side. So it was emergency kits that I wanted to call. And no, that wasn't quite right. So what is the name of this URL? It's supposed to be emergency kits. /emergency kits. Why is it giving me a 404? Oh, because that parameter I added wasn't optional. I wonder Wonder how I do that with Azure Functions. Azure Functions route with optional parameter. How do I do that? Make a route parameter optional in Azure Functions. It supports regular expressions. Okay, so I put a question mark on it. Should do the trick in theory. It kind of makes sense. Let's see if it does. So the reason it wasn't resolving that route and give me a 404 is because I didn't specify a base kit ID. But if I do this in theory, I need to restart it, but that should make the base kit portion of the route optional. And then when I call just emergency kits, it should still hit this endpoint. I am going to put a breakpoint in here so that we can inspect and see what it's doing when it gets the request. Let's give that a try again. So we did hit the endpoint now. My base kit ID should be null, which means it should basically do what it used to do, which was go and query for that without adding the where clause for the base kit and returning all of the results. So when I look at the results, I have my kit with my 2 kit items. It was my standard thing kit. So that's fine. That all worked the way I expected it to. Now, if I add a base kit ID to the end of this and hit send, now my base kit should be something. There's the ID that I passed in. And I would actually expect it to return nothing for me. It should be, assuming this query works, I should get no results. And I'm hoping, yeah, okay, so kind of weird how that works, but my emergency kits is empty. And if I let that run to completion, in here I can see that I get an empty array as a result of my query. So I think we've successfully added what we needed on the back end, which is the ability to query. I can still get the full list of all my emergency kits for that current user, or I can filter it down to just the emergency kits that were created from that base kit type. What I might do, well, we'll leave it at that for now. I can always go and tweak the data in the back end as needed. Let's just quickly see. Actually, this is a good place for me to come in and commit some code. So here I've added ability to filter emergency, or to fetch emergency kits by base kit ID. Right? Keeping those commits small so that they're easy to look at if I need to go back and remind myself what I was doing every step of the way here as we go. But now what we have is the backend piece that we need to build this page. So as I said, I'm thinking I'm going to repurpose that old listings page that listed out all of the emergency kits. And what I'm going to do is it's going to be listing / and then the base kit ID. So it'll be a parameter to that route on the client app. And then it's going to run that query to go and get the list of all of the emergency kits for that base kit ID. And then we list them out in a similar manner here. So let's go repurpose that. And then that way, every time you go back here, when I click on work or go kits or vehicle kits, it's always going to take me to the same component in the client app. It's just going to go and fetch different data for you based on the base kit ID that was specified. Some of this information probably needs to be I'm just noticing there's all of this blurb here that tells us more about what home kits are. I feel like maybe we need a description on our base kit, which we don't have currently on the admin app, but that's information that we can pull, and we'll maybe go back and add that. But we'll see if we can add this page first, or get this page functioning first. So there's a couple things we will need to change over on our client app. One of those is if I'm kind of thinking of it in terms of getting the data first and then kind of working my way back up to the UI. But currently within our store, that Vuex store where we have the information about our emergency kits, we have the ability to get the list of kits, and that goes and fetches it from the API, makes that call to the server to get them. But what we're going to want to do is change that so that we're getting the list based on a base kit ID. So it's not just getting all of them. So I think what we are going to have to do is on that action, we're going to have to pass in a base kit ID, kind of like we do when we get like an individual kit, we pass in a kit ID. So we're going to go here and say base kit ID is going to get passed in here. And then when we call get all, it's going to be get all by base kit ID. And I'm going to pass in base kit ID. And the rest of it should be able to stay the same. It's just getting a list of data and setting it on the local state eventually. So that can all stay the same. We just need to go and change our API now to call the right thing. So I changed the name of this from get all to get all by base kit ID. And that's over here. So we have this concept of a base API instance that just gets us the, actually I forget what that is. I wrote it, but it was a long time ago. Right, it gets us an instance of an API that has the authorization token in there if necessary. It refreshes the token if it needs to internally using the whatever library it was that I was using for that get token piece, some OIDC thing. But here I'm just going to change this to, instead of get emergency kits, it's going to be slash. I'm going to do some string interpolation magic here. Not really magic, but dollar base kit ID. And this is changing to by base kit ID. And we pass in the base kit ID. So that gives us what we need to get to filter by that base kit ID. I don't think there's anything else we need to change in our store or in our actions. That should do what we need. And now we can start repurposing that emergency kit list page. So first thing we need to do is change our route on the client-side routing. Now, the way you do a route parameter in these view routes is with colon and then the name of the parameter. So I am going to do on emergency kits slash, I'm going to call it slash list slash base kit ID. A little bit longer than it was before. I don't know if I need the list there. This might work too, because as long as these other ones come before. I suspect that order matters with these. We'll see if it gives me a conflict with, my concern is that like this route where it says create conflicts with this route where it's emergency kit slash and then the ID. So we'll see if it resolves that properly, but that should be all we need to do there on the routing side. And I'm just double checking how we get those route parameters through. There you go. So it's just route dot params dot and then the name of the parameter. And what did I name it? Did I name it base kit ID? Okay. So back on our list page, I can, so the way, this is the wrong one. Yeah, no, this is the right one. Okay, so the way this works when it gets created, when this component gets created, the emergency kit list one, it dispatches that get emergency kit list async action that we were just looking at, the one that we modified to take in the base kit ID. So I just need to change that now to take in that parameter. And I was just looking at how we did that here for the edit one where there's a parameter and we just do comma and then we give it the parameter ID. So I can just do the same thing here and I can say comma and then the parameter ID, but it's going to be base kit ID in this case. And now that should, when I go to this page for that particular kit, I should get to the right place. So we just need to add something here that, or something to the build a kit page that actually gets us where we want to. So I'm flipping back over to here and we're going to add an on click to this card. So it's going to be at click equals go to base kit listing. And I'm going to add a method. I'll go to, what did I just call it? Kit listing. And that's actually going to take in an ID. So I'm going to pass in the base kit.id. And then here I'm going to say router.push emergency kits slash the base kit ID that was passed in. We'll see if I got that all wired up right. I'm skeptical of myself at this point that I got all of those things right, but I do have an on click on here now. Don't know if on click is the best way. Maybe it's better to just have it as a link, but we'll review that in a minute. Let's just see if this does what I expect it to do. I hit an endpoint, so it'll be interesting to see. There is a base kit ID, so it actually does look like that worked. So we're going to change what this page looks like, but it looks like it actually did go and make the query. It sent me to the right page when I clicked on it. It went to emergency kit slash and then the ID of the base kit that I had selected. What I'm going to do now, just to confirm that that worked, is I'm going to go and edit my data in the database. So over in Cosmos DB, I have some emergency kits defined, probably just one, but it doesn't have a base kit ID on it right now. So I'm just going to add it. It doesn't have that because that property didn't exist when I created the base kit initially, but it exists now. So I'm going to update that document in the database. And now when I come into that page that I was just on, make that small again. Let's go back. So when I click home kit, I actually get my base kit, the one kit back. It didn't render it properly. I don't know why I'm not, oh, it's probably just failing because there's no icon on it or something. But it did pull back one item, and when I click on it, I can see it's that my standard thing, which was my item from the database. That all looks right. If I go to one of these other ones, like Go Kit, I expect I'll get an empty list back, and I do. It says there's no data available. So we do need to modify this page here so that it's more in line with what the UI or what the mockup says. But we do at least have the ability now to kind of drill into each of these base kits and get the list of kits that matches that for that particular user. So good starting point, also a good place for me to break. I'm going to take a like 20-30 minute break for lunch, and then I'll be back. I'll leave the stream open and just to keep things going, and we're going to go for another 3-4 hours after lunch still. So I'm really excited about what we've accomplished so far today. We've made some pretty good progress on this emergency kit feature, and I'm hoping that we can have kind of a working end-to-end solution for emergency kits. It won't be perfect in the UI, we'll need some work, but we'll at least have something that works for emergency kits for 2weeksReady, which is a big step forward for the app. So we will see you in 20 to 30 minutes. And we're back. All right, I have some food, or I had some food, and now I'm ready to get back into coding. We are working on this Build Your Emergency Kit feature for the TwoWeeksReady app. Made some really good progress so far, and I'm hoping we can get that last little bit built out. Let's see how far we can get with this. We definitely have a PR at least that we'll be able to submit by the end of the day and have someone review. Where were we? We built out this landing page here for building your emergency kits. We started to repurpose the emergency kit list page, and that's kind of as far as we got. I did come to the realization when we were doing that I think we're going to need to add a description to the base kit so that we can do, switching over to my screen share, so that we can put this blurb of text in here for each of the kit types where we do, where we have the description of what the home kit is or the car kit or whatever it might be. So let's head over back to the admin app, I guess, and we'll just confirm that maybe we already have that info there and we just don't have no, we don't. Okay. So part of our base kit definition, we have the ID, we have the name, that icon URL, and then the list of items. What we need to add here is also a description. So we're going to have description, and we need to add that to the UI as well. So that's over in the, that's going to be on the detail page for the kits. So up here we have the kit name and we have the icon URL. I'm going to add another one here for the description, which is going to be a bit of a longer form thing than just a text box. We're going to use a text area this time. So I'm just going to give this a name of kit description. We're going to bind that to kit.description. And instead of this being a input, it's going to be a text area. And what's it complaining about here? It says malformed. Okay. Having a hard time writing HTML here. There we go. I think that's what it was complaining about. Yes. So there's no type there, but we do need, I'm going to want to do, there's a way to set the number of lines, which I'm forgetting. Rows equals 4, we'll call it. And let's give that a try. So this should give us the ability when we go to edit a base kit to go ahead and enter that description that we're going to display on that kit list page, emergency kit listing page on the client app. So we're about 4 hours into the stream. That brings us to about the halfway point. It's kind of fun to be able to spend a whole day doing this. In the past, when I've done a live stream, so when I live stream, it's very ad hoc. I don't do it on a regular schedule. It's just kind of whenever I can fit it into my life, basically. But it's usually like a couple hours max. So it's kind of nice to do like a longer stream. It's fun to work on a feature kind of start to finish. And even if I were to end today, right now I'm pretty happy with how far we got because we've added a fair bit of functionality to the app. But I think we're only at the halfway point. We can probably get quite a bit further yet. Okay, so there's that description now. I'm going to just pull over the Adobe XD design again. And I really wish I could copy from this if anybody knows how I can do that. I think it's a permissions thing in Adobe that is not allowing me to select the text, so that's kind of annoying, but we'll just make do, I suppose. I don't need this to be perfect here, but I do like to have like realistic looking data. Thank you, HTBox. It's a fun way to spend the day for sure. So I'm happy to have such a meaningful project to work on for my volunteer day. It's important to have at least 2 weeks worth of supplies in your home in case you need to shelter in place. Ideally, this is a kit that remains stationary, while other smaller kits are used on the go. Add a home kit for as many homes or places you or your family may shelter in place at. So as I was saying, I kind of like to have realistic looking test data, even though this is just for my local development. When I have more realistic looking data, it shows me more what the UI would actually look like when a real user is using it. So it can sometimes expose like certain issues that I might not have noticed otherwise. But this gives me a starting point here. Now, I'm not going to go and add that for each of them. I don't think I have the descriptions for each of them, but at least now I'll kind of focus on home kits for what I'm working on here. And what I need to do is switching back over to the client app. Actually, before I do that, again, good place for me to pause here and I think do another commit because we've added, again, some more functionality here that at least works. So we added description to base kit. That's these two files. Add description. Keeping those commits small. And here I added the ability to, on the back end, no, in the API, or in the UI, I started repurposing. Actually, this one I'm going to wait. I'm not going to commit this yet because it's still kind of in a wonky state. I started repurposing that kit listing component, but it's not like really fully functional yet. So let's finish working on that and then we'll do a commit on that side of things. So switching gears back to the client app on that list view, we want that to look something like this, where we display what kit we're looking at. So the icon and the name at the top, and then the kit description, and then the list of my kits. So that's very different than what the UI looks like today. I'm realizing that one of the things I need to do is go and fetch the base kit as part of what this page does when it gets rendered. So I'm going to go to here and so when this, in addition to getting my list of kits for the base kit, I also would like to get the base kit itself so that I have the description and the image and the name so I can display that on the UI. So I'm going to dispatch a second thing, which is going to be this $store dispatch. And I hope I already have that. I actually might not have that in there. Before I start dispatching things, let's make sure that they actually exist in our store. The store being that place where we maintain our state. I think that in the base kit store, all I have is the ability to get a list of the items. Yeah, I don't have the ability to get a single item. So I could just get the list and filter it down. Like base kits, we're never going to have more than a few of them, so I don't know that it's necessarily worth going and refetching an individual one. It shouldn't change very often, and there shouldn't be more than 4 of them. So if I already have those 4 in memory, it would probably be okay for me to just grab the one item, like filter the array in memory based on the item ID. I think that would probably be okay. So it's a little bit different than the way we've done things in the past here, but I think that's what I'm going to do in this case. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. Let's give it a try anyway. We'll see how it goes. So I still need to go and fetch that list. I'm going to make this async. I'm going to await this, and I'm going to add is loading because we don't have that concept in here, and I think it's nice to have that loading indicator. So it defaults to true, and then when it's done, I'm going to say this dot is loading equals false. So that's when I know it's done loading. And then the other thing I'm going to want to do is map state, and I'm going to actually, so the other thing I want to do is make sure that I do have my list of base kits available. So flipping back here, that's going to go and make that query to get the list of base kits. I might be doing a query to the backend or making a call to the backend for data that I already have in memory, and I'm gonna see if I can optimize that later. But for now, I'm just gonna make the call to the store to make sure that the list of kits is loaded. We still need to do that because a user could just refresh the page or enter the app like to that specific URL, and then when that happens, nothing would be in memory yet, so we would still need to make the call to dispatch that. But I want to make that call and also make a call to get the list of emergency kits for that base kit ID. I probably don't want to do those sequentially. They can happen at the same time. And by adding this await on each of the individual promises, that causes it to behave in a way that getting the list of emergency kits for that user doesn't happen until after the base kits are loaded. Sometimes that might be the behavior we want, but in this case, I don't think it is. So what I'm going to do is, instead of awaiting this, I'm just going to say let our const base kit promise equals that, and then this one is going to be const kits promise equals, and then I'm going to do an await. So that kicks them both off, and then I can await them separately to make sure that they're done, and then do the is loading. So I can say base kit, await the base kit promise, and await the kits promise. And then when they're both done, that means that when they're both done, we will set is loading to false. There might also be a promise.all. Yeah, so I can give it an array of promises. How does this work? An array of promises, yeah. So the other way to do this would be base kit promise, comma, kits promise. I think this is probably a better way to write it. So I kick those both off. They can happen in parallel. When I get the results of both back, then I will say that loading equals false. Now I can go and add a little loading indicator in there like I did on the other page. So I'm just going to grab that progress linear and I'm going to add it to the top of this page, just right under here. There we go. Okay, so this, don't think I want the medical bag icon on here anymore, because each kit actually has each kit type, those base kits, has a icon URL, and we're going to use that instead. We were kind of using those material design icons. That's what the MDI stands for. We were using those previously because we didn't have any assets to work with. Now we have some assets. We need to work on the quality of those, but we have something to work with at least. So we're going to stick with those for the time being. And we can kind of do away with some of the material design icons that we were using. Okay, so I don't actually want to use this data iterator anymore that I was using. We're going to change that out. I'm just going to delete it because I know that I don't want to use that anymore. But what we do want to do is I'm going to add a row that has, look back at the Adobe design. We want the icon and the kit name and then the description. So let's just start with that, see if we can get that part. Now, with my the thing is, I want just the one kit, the base kit. And what I've done is I've done a call to fetch all of the kits. So I'm going to add another map here that says base kit. And it's going to map to state. And it's going to map to state dot base kit store dot, and I forget what it's called, so I'm going to go and look. We just interacted with this one over in the build a kit one. So here I map to the list of all of them, right? That's not what I'm going to do this time. I'm going to do, oh shoot, what did we call it? List. So that was the list of all of them. I'm going to do a list dot find. And I'm going to take in the kit and I'm going to match the kit. I'm going to look for the kit that where the ID equals whatever was passed in as my base kit ID. I think that will work, and that will give me the base kit once it's loaded. So how do I render that out now? If we look here, what we did was we did a v for each of the base kits. Did we hide any of this when it was loading? We did not. Okay. So let's try, I think this might throw an error. I'm not sure. We'll just give it a try and then we'll figure it out. But what I want to do is I'm just going to do a B row. And just for starters, I'm just going to do like a H2. I'm going to render out the base kit dot name. Is that even how I do the binding in Vue? I do a lot of jumping around between different frameworks, client-side frameworks. Sometimes I get mixed up between the various syntax for data binding. But let's just see what it did. And then we can look up the documentation otherwise. I think that already crashed, which isn't super surprising. Let's see what it did. Cannot read properties of undefined reading route. Okay, so I can't quite get at route that way inside of a map state. So where do we want to go with that? We probably instead, let's see other places where we're dealing with this. So we got our, I know we get it when it's created here. We can probably just set state here. Probably just do this dot base kit ID equals this guy. Then here I can just say this dot base kit ID. We'll see if this works. Then here would also be just this dot base kit ID. See if that behaves any better. Clear out my console errors and click that again. Property or method loading is not defined. Okay. Oh, because I called it is loading. We're just going to call it loading instead, because that is what it was called in the other pages. Whittling down our list of errors. Okay, so here it says cannot read property of undefined reading base kit ID. Okay. So it still doesn't like that. There's something about when we're in the context of that map state that I'm not thinking about it right. Let's do some Googling and see if we can figure out the right approach to doing that. So what I'm trying to do is use some information from my route while I'm in the map state in my computed here so that I can access, so I can know which kit I'm looking for, basically. So inside of computed, I'm trying to use data. But it's not liking when I do that. Let's just confirm the error and make sure I'm not chasing the wrong thing. So it's here in that eval that it's causing the error. Are there any other places where it's causing the error? No. Not read properties of undefined base kit. So it's saying this is undefined. Map state. Okay, let's see if I can figure out how to query this. View, map state, yeah, data. Might help to just read the docs, kind of remind myself how this works. So the map state helper takes in the state, and it should allow me to get local data as well. To access local state with this, a normal function must be used. Oh, so the problem is the arrow function, I think, is what it's telling me. So I think what they're saying is, yeah. So instead of using an arrow function here, I would say, I would do it this way. And if that's true, then probably the dot route would have worked too. The dot router or dot route.params dot base kit ID would have worked fine. But I kind of like having it just as part of my local data, local state as well. So let's just start with that and see if that solves our problem. HomeKit did something. One step closer. I should also be able to render that text in there. And don't know what this headers thing was that we had in here. I'm going to get rid of it. So I'm certain we're not using it now. And I should be able to do a p basekit dot description. And an the image base kit dot icon URL, I think is what we called it. I just did this on the other one. So what was it called? I had a v image on here, I think. No, not that one. This one. It's just source. The image. Oh, right. There I go, getting confused with my syntax. I was doing React syntax here all of a sudden. So I'm binding source to the icon URL. Now, this is definitely not going to look like what we want it to look like. And this is supposed to be a P here. But we should have the information displaying at least. So we have this plus button hanging out here. Let's actually remove it. Okay, so we have the information displaying that we wanted now. It does not at all look like what we want it to look like, but it's a start. We got our base kit loaded. We are displaying the information we need. Let's go back. I'm going to spend a little bit of time exploring Vuetify components and see if there's a good component that kind of structures this the way I want it to on this page. So going back to like roughly what we want the UI to look like, I think what we can do is yeah, okay, so we want the title to say build a kit. That's easy enough at least. Build a kit. It's an easy change to make. We want a little icon and then the title and then the text below it describing what it means. And then we want to list out the items they have and also have an add button that allows them to add a new one. Let's see if there's like something that inspires me in the Vuetify APIs for how to structure this. Got bigger now. Get over to Vuetify. And let's take a look at their components. So there is the concept of cards. And I wonder if we could display the image, title, and description as a card at the top. And maybe that will look nice. Or actually, this here looks really nice, I think. We don't, not with the menu stuff up there specifically, but the, like, this bigger header at the top with, that would be that we could do the title and the image and then the description below it. And I think that would all fit in that top section. Then the bottom part here could be where we display those, the actual items. Let's just scroll through this and see if there's another one that looks even better. I don't know. I think that might be a really good option to go with that one. Let's give it a try. Let's see if we can make that look interesting. So what are they doing? They've got a V row, a V card with the image. That's the background image. And oh, but they're doing the app bar inside there. Which part of this can we use that would make sense? We've got a V spacer, and then they've got, okay, so that's still all the app bar. Let's assume the app bar isn't in there, and we just do this part. It's all within the image. Well, the card takes up the whole thing. Okay. Interesting. I might be going down a path that doesn't make any sense, but I don't know. Let's play around with it anyway and see. It's interesting that the card is part of the app bar though. Well, let's start with Let's just see how far we can take this and if it makes any sense at all. I'm going to try something here. See if we can just show everything at the same time so we can kind of see what it looks like as we're building it out. So I'm going to do a v row justify space around, and within that there's a v card. Inside the v card, I don't know what this width 400 is that they have, but let's just put it in there and see. Within the card, they're doing a v image, which I'm not going to do. I am going to do v card title. And then inside there, they have something called an avatar that was the icon for that card, which I'm picturing would be our image for the, like this image, the home image, which is the icon URL. So they're just doing that as an img source equals base kit.icon URL. And we're doing a p tag with class equals ml-3 and then base kit.name. And then they have vcard text. Oh, interesting. Don't think this is going to work just because it's very much not structured. Kind of assumes there's a background image on it. But yeah, that also just totally didn't render the way I thought it would. It's interesting. Okay, I think this is a bad path. We're going to back out of it and try a different approach. Let's see what else you got, Viewtify. I did like that one, but it's not quite right because this whole thing is the card, like the bottom part too, which is the, like that's the card text. This is the card title. There's just kind of a lot going on here that isn't quite what we want. So let's just see what else there might be. Oh. Lists can receive an alternate nav styling. Okay, what are they doing here? This header here is kind of interesting. Maybe there's something we could do there. What is it? It's a V card again. kind of an interesting way of doing it. So it's just lists with, there's a header, but they're also just list items. So this might be a reasonable way of doing it. And then we could list out the items as it would look a little different than the Adobe design, but you know what? I think we should give it a try and just kind of see how it comes out. So let's just start with this and see what that looks like. So this is actually two separate lists, which is good. Yeah, let's give this a try. So what I'm going to do is here, instead of this card, we're going to back out of that. And I'm just going to render this list and see what it looks like. Okay, that looks like what the example looked like, so that's a good first step, I think. Maybe I don't need this space around anymore, and I actually don't want to put this in a row. Not sure why there's a border on, or edge to that, but we'll come back to that. Okay, so here the image source is going to be basekit.icon URL. That's going to render not bad, actually. I can, yeah. It's rounding it and cutting it off more than I'd like, but that's really minor, and I think we can kind of live with that for now. I wonder if I can take also add text to this list item that has item avatar. So I'm going to go and take a look at the docs for that and see what they say about list item avatar. So list item avatar. I can set rounded to false, which might fix what I was wondering. And I was just wondering if there was anything else I could put next to it, like text. Look at some examples. So they have here, looks like icons and text. Here we go. That should give me an example of, we have a list item avatar with an image in it, and list item content with, perfect. This is what I was looking for. Let's put it all within this one list item. And then here it's going to be base kit dot, not actually HTML that I want to put there. Is it? Is there just a text? The text equals this kit dot title. Base kit dot description. And we don't need this John leader anymore. John is the creator of Vuetify. We still need him, we just don't need the info there. Okay, so we got our title and our, dot name. That's why that was coming out in blank. And I was gonna do rounded false on this avatar. I got something wrong there. Rounded false. Okay, well, that's not terribly important anyway. Zero? Okay, that works. Can we expand this out to be multiple lines? Maybe subtitle was the wrong thing to use. Back to the docs. I wonder if 1 or 2 lines is like the most that you can do. What are they using here in this one? They've got subtitle. Interesting. Why are we only getting the 1 line? Feeling there's something here. There's a line height. Let's go look at V list item subtitle. Check the documentation for it specifically. There isn't much here. Oh, they split it into multiple lines. That's interesting. I wonder if that's why they did the v-html on it. Would that allow it to span multiple lines? Might have gone down another path that doesn't make sense. No, that still limited it to just the 1 line. Shoot, I thought this was gonna work. Okay. To the drawing board. Getting stuck on a funny aspect of it considering how many other things we were able to accomplish so far. But subheaders maybe? No. That's just a little block of text. Menus. Really hoping list would be the right thing, but it is not. Well, back to the card model perhaps then. It'll be a different card than I expected initially. This one here might work. What does it look like if I remove that overline? Do something a little bit different here and tweak it a bit inside of CodePen first before I try to bring it into our app. So if I get rid of this overline, what does it look like? And then I'm not going to have the button. So I don't have card actions necessarily, although that might be where I put my add button. I'm not sure. Oops. Okay, so this could work. Will it allow me to do a longer subtitle? So it cuts it off at 2 lines. That doesn't work either. unfortunately. Oh, this is still a list item again. That's funny. It's a list item inside a card. B list item 3 line. What does that mean? There's something on list item. Oh. 3 main variations, single line, 2 line, and 3 line. So these unfortunately can't quite get to the size that we want them to for those descriptions. But I think there's another way, there's another thing that we could put it in, perhaps. This had this explore thing. Maybe I can tag that underneath it? How are they doing that? Just vcard text. In that case, I would take that away. Vcard text here. My subtitle goes away. This is no longer a 3 line. Okay, we're getting somewhere here. I kind of like how I can tweak this in CodePen first, get the look and feel that I want, and then pull it into my app. So the only thing I'd like to change now is I'd like to pull the avatar over to the left before the title, and I think that's an easy enough switch. It's just the order that this is added into the list content. Nope. That is incorrect. Back to the docs. I know there was an example somewhere with the card where that was displayed on the left. I thought there was. But always on the right? What's happening in this one? Is that a list item again? Well, now it can be a list item because we don't have the multi-line, and it would just be we do the avatar and then the content. So if I flip over here, it would be, yeah, the avatar and the content. Why did that render so weird? Might be the tile. Oh no, I don't know why that rendered weird. What happens if I remove the size? Okay, this is good. I'm liking the way this is turning out. Okay, so this is the markup I want. I'm going to have a card top of the page that displays the name and description and image of the current base kit, and this is exactly the markup that I need to do that. So we're going to take that, paste it into here, instead of all this stuff that I have currently. Replace the vlist and the other markup that I had. And here I just do, is there a vtext equals basekit.name. Let's see if this is, there we go, HomeKit, perfect. Here for my avatar, I'm going to have to put a v image in it. Binding the source to basekit.icon URL. And I don't want the background to be gray in this case. And I want to contain my image so that it resizes nicely. And we don't want this random piece of text that I copied off of somewhere. What we want is base kit.description, lowercase. Sweet. I can go back, forward, back, forward. There's no descriptions defined on these other ones because I didn't add them to through the admin app. This is looking good. Now that that's in place, we just need to list out our actual kits that we have and have a button to add. So, I mean, that seems easy enough. Let's start by listing it out, and I think I'm going to use a list this time. I was using something completely different last time when I repurposed this page, but let's just do so still within the container then, we're going to do a vlist. And we're going to repeat a vlist item, v4. And what did we call the list of kits? It is listing. It's kind of a weird term. Let's just call it kits. So v4 kit in kits. And I actually have absolutely no idea if that's how I actually do a loop. I don't think it is. What I actually wanted to do here was v4 kit in kit, it needs a key. Okay. Actually, that was right. I had the syntax right, but I was missing a piece to it, so that's not bad. I want to do kit.id. So the error I got was that anytime you repeat something in a list, you do need to make sure that you specify a key for it so that Vue is able to link the data to the elements that it's rendering. If you don't have that there, it just has no way to tie it back to the elements that were rendered and maintain uniqueness. Okay, so in the what do we want these individual list items to look like? In the mockup, they're rendered as these tiles. I think what I'm going to do instead is list these out in a list and just have the names of them. So it'll just be just a very simple list with the name. And if you want to go in to edit them, like we don't really need an edit and a save button, we can just click on it to go to it. And then it's in there that you would do the edit and save. And then we'll have an add button somewhere. But let's start with that as a starting point. So flipping over to the documentation for Beautify. Now I'll look at the lists. I just want a really simple list. And I think that means that, no, I might want to do the separators between them. I'm not sure. You know what, we'll just start with the really simple vlist like this. So item group. Do I need item group? What is that doing? Oh, that's just the heading. I don't think I need that. Okay, so for each item, they're doing an icon, which I'm not going to do. I'm just going to do the vlist item content with a title. That should be all I need to accomplish what I was trying to accomplish here. So that goes in here, and the vtext is going to be kit.name. My standard thing. Just thinking now where I want to go next. So when we click on one of these, we want to go to view the contents of that list. We already have a page that does that. it needs to be modified, but we could still link to it now, and that wouldn't be a bad thing. So what I'm curious is if there's a way for me to do like a href and just link to it, like the old-fashioned way. And in that case, it would be where I want to go to is prepare slash, no, what I want to do is go to a specific route. So I am going to Google that because I just don't know how to accomplish that with Beautify lists, but be Beautify list item go to route. All right, let's see what Stack Overflow says. We're doing a click event. Two. That's how you do it. Yep. So I want to go to now, what is the route for that? I want to do it this way or this way. I think I want to do it this way. Nope. And I do string interpolation inside of here. That would be kind of interesting. So what it would be is the route that I'm looking for, if we check our router definition here, is this guy, edit. So it'd be prepare slash emergency kit slash edit slash ID is the name of the path. The actual route itself would be this with then the ID parameter, and the way I do that, I believe, is I'm just making this up actually. I don't think that's going to work. Oh my goodness. Did that actually work? No. It did take me to that route. I didn't pass the parameter properly though, I think is the problem. So let's remind ourselves how routing works in Beautify. What does a route look like? It's a path. Route params. It's been a little while since I've done routes, but we do two. How do I pass an ID is the question. Named routes. Params. Okay, there it is. So I was missing that outer params that wraps what my parameters are, and that is why I was going to the wrong place. So instead of doing ID there, it's params ID. see if that does a trick. Oh, it totally did. Okay, this page looks way different than what we want it to look like, but I'm able to get in to edit my emergency kit. So I click here and I get my emergency kit that was in my list. So this is something. Something is working. Let's add a little bit of text that just displays if there are no routes or no emergency kits defined yet for that type for you. So for example, when I go to GoKit here, it's just like empty. Let's just add something to our view that shows that. And what I'm going to do is have a title here that just says no kits defined. I don't love that wording, but it's just an additional list item there. And then what I'm going to do is say v if kits.length equals 0. So that gets displayed here. If I go to the one where I do have a kit, it doesn't show that anymore. If not loading, and I noticed that it initially displayed that there wasn't a kit defined. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Our UI here is totally wrong, but it's some functionality at least. So we're gonna start with this, and I think this is a good place to do a commit because we have some functionality that we're adding. So what we've done here is we've created the individual build-a-kit pages for each base kit type. So client app, build a kit for each base kit type. This is just, I didn't stage my changes first. I just want to commit all of them. So it's just prompting me asking, do you want to commit all of your changes? And yes, I do. And then I'm going to push this up. We have a couple new changes to push to our PR, which is growing in size. We're now 5 hours into the stream. Let's see what we've written for code. We've got 7 commits with 22 files, I guess, that have changed. And we've got code spanning the API, the backend. In the backend, we've got the admin app and the client app as well. So lots of changes. Probably going to send this over to Carrie for a review. So sorry, Carrie, if this PR is growing a little bit in size. I usually like to keep my PRs fairly small, but this is kind of like we're rebuilding this entire feature. So it's a little bit big, but I think it'll be okay. All right, what are we going to work on next? So we should probably have a page to add a new kit, or a button to add a new kit to take us to that page. I'm thinking that maybe what we will do is add just thinking out loud as I do. And yeah, I'm thinking we have the ability on this card to add a button to the card or an action to the card, and I'm thinking we'll do add kit as an action on that card at the top of the page here. I think that's going to look like okay. So let's go see what the markup looks like for that. So I'm going back to cards, and it was this one that I was kind of thinking of. So this button would be essentially add when we click the button, it would take us to the create new new kit page. So that would look like in our markup for the list view, this card at the top below the description, we are going to put, sorry, my alignment is a little bit off there and it was throwing me off. So we have this action, which I'm not going to make rounded, but I am going to make outlined, and I'm going to call it add. Actually, what did we call it in the mockup? Add kit. Add kit. Let's see what that looks like to start with. There's my add kit button. I might like to put a little plus on it, so I'm just going to go look at how buttons are done, because I know there's the ability to add material design icons to those buttons. So I'm going to head over to here and take a look at buttons. A whole bunch of different ways we can render buttons. There's icon buttons. I think there's a way to do like a button end text, I think. Right here. That's the style I'm looking for. So they do a vicon, MDI, whatever. Okay, perfect. That's easy to do. I'm just going to put that right in front of my add text. And it's going to be MDI plus, I believe. See if that renders. There we go. Add kit. All right, when we click it, we want to go to the page that creates the new kit, the new emergency kit. So that again is a page that already exists, but doesn't look the way we want it to yet. And that's okay. We'll just link to it for now. So the name of it is emergency kit create. So what I'm going to do is just say on this button, I'm going to add 2 equals emergency kit create. I think I can just reference it by name there, and that will just work. Although I'm thinking about that now, we're actually going to need to change that to take in the base kit ID, because without the base kit ID, we can't do like the whole calculator thing to go and pick what we're creating it based on for recommending those items that get added to the kit. So this isn't going to be quite right, but when I click this, it should take me to the create page. It did not. Try doing that by name this way and see if it does the right thing. There we go. Yeah, so the way we used to be doing this is we'd pick which kit we were basing it on as one of the inputs at the top. But we're going to know that already by the time we get here. So we don't need to pass that in. We'll just know it will be or we don't need to ask the user for that input. It's just going to know. Oh, that back did not go to the right place. Okay, that's all going to have to change. But at least the pieces are kind of falling into place for it. So I can come in here, I can view and edit, I can add. We just need to start thinking about what that page looks like. So I'm thinking we'll start with the create page, and then we might not get to the edit page today, but at least we'll, where I'm hoping we can go with this right now, create and edit are separate pages, but really the functionality is the same. It's just in one of them, we're creating a new kit and need to save by calling a different endpoint to save. Hoping we can just combine those into a single thing. So let's take a look at create. So the first thing I mentioned, or what I just mentioned, was that I think we're going to need the ability to pass in that base kit ID, because when we're on the create or edit page for a kit, we need to know what items to recommend based on the inputs of how many adults, children, and pets they have on there in that calculator. So the page, just as a refresher that we're dealing with, that we're trying to build now, is this one. So we have, we're building that specific kit, and we need to, I'm going to leave this text out for now. I'm just going to have kit name at the top, and then kit calculator with these three inputs, and then we'll have all of the items kind of defined from there. But this page, to be able to render this information and recommend kit items, will need it needs that base kit ID so that it knows which kit it's dealing with. So let's start with that. We're going to start by, for the create page, we're going to add that route parameter of the base kit ID so that that component can know which base kit it's working with. So heading over to this guy, actually first the route. We're going to start with the route and add that parameter to the route. So much like we did for the, which page was it that we added base kit ID as a parameter? This one. We added base kit ID to the listing. We're also going to add base kit ID to the create page. So it gets a base kit ID now, and one of the things we're going to need to do when we go to create is get that base kit. So this one, we can get rid of all this concept of icons, because those just all go away. It's not a thing that we're doing at all. So we were dispatching this thing to get the list of base kits. We are still going to do that. I am going to add loading for this. I'm just going to follow that pattern everywhere, because why not? I'm going to wait this, and then I'm going to do this dot loading equals false. And much like we did on the listing, I'm going to add this piece to map state that goes and grabs my actual base kit from here. So a couple of things that I'm copying and pasting. I'm going to go to create again. So one of the items I'm adding to my data, in addition to, did I add loading? I added it in the wrong place. I added it in computed. So I'm adding loading here, setting that to false. I am adding I'm adding base kit ID as a local state variable and just initializing it to empty. And then inside of created here, I'm going to pull that from the parameter, from the route parameter. And then I'm going to here add, instead of the list of base kits, what I want is actually a single base kit that's I'm pulling from state, which I'm just matching from the list of base kits based on the base kit that was passed in as a route parameter. That gives me the info I need, at least, to know what the recommended items are for this kit. And what can we render just to kind of get started with? We're gonna get rid of this concept of a color, because that was just kind of silly, and we're getting rid of the concept of the icon because we're not defining different icons for every kit, which means I can get rid of this row, and I'm still gonna have my kit name. And we are going to we get rid of this. We had a drop down that was where we were selecting what the base kits were. I'm going to get rid of that and instead just render out what the name of the base kit is so that we know what we're looking at. So instead of the select, I'm just going to do like a H2 just so that I know this is working. And I'm going to do base kit.name. Okay, that worked. So we're displaying HomeKit. Maybe what I want to do is say create new HomeKit, just so we know what's going on here. And well, let's take a look at our mockup and we'll kind of try to model what we're building against that. So we had build a kit and then we had the name of the kit. Okay, so I think what we want is build a kit is the title of the page. We have the icon and then I think the kit name of the base kit we should probably have, and then the name that you give it, whatever you happen to name the kit. It's up to you what you name these things. So let's make that as a card initially. So build a kit is going to be the name of the page. And let's look at how we did this for the listing page, because I think what we can do is kind of copy what we had with that card, but not have the big description below it that takes up all that room. So I'm going to copy this card over, put it in here, and then I'm going to get rid of the actions. We don't need the actions or the text. We just need the base kit name and icon. And then it should kind of look consistent as you're flowing from one page to the next. And then below that, we'll have like the stuff that you enter. So I don't need this anymore. This was my kit calculator, which we're gonna actually just render now. We don't need it anymore to be a... Oh, what did I just do? Kit name is here. I'm gonna bump that up in a second, but I do want to get rid of this row. And then this is the kit calculator, which I actually always want to render. Number of people, number of pets, and I guess number of children was the other part to it. Then there won't, well, maybe there'll be an apply button. Let's just see where we're at. I'm going to take just a really quick break and we'll be back in about 5 minutes. We'll see you soon. I'm back. All right. I just need to go get a refill of water. But what I was working on is we actually had this like calculator piece that was already built in there, and we don't need it, or we can just display it all the time now. This should look a little bit more like the previous page and should flow kind of nicely. Let's see what it looks like. So when I'm here, I go add a kit, and it kind of, that top part stays the same at least, so it tells me I'm creating a home kit. I think what I'm going to do is bump this up, so I'm going to have the kit name first. So you're building a home kit, you give it a name, we'll default it to something. I don't know what that's going to be just yet, but we'll figure that out. So I'm going to take this row here and pull it up to here. And there's a way to style these things that I'm going to change a little. I don't love this design that has no borders and stuff on it. It's not like the most usable, but there's a way to, with these text edits, to change the way that's displayed. So that is under forms and input controls, text fields, and what I want is to go to the outlined one. Outlined with a placeholder probably. So what is the markup for that? It is just outlined, and I give it a placeholder. So that's easy enough. I'm going to add outlined, and I'm going to give it a placeholder, which is equal to, actually I'm going to bind it to base kit.name. I'm going to do something really crazy here, and I'm going to do some string interpolation. Let's just see what that looks like. Aha. Cool. All right, so I'll just refresh that so you can kind of see what it looks like. But we come in here, now there's a text field here that says kit name. When I click on it, there's a placeholder that says my home kit. I could call it like my primary home kit, whatever I want to call it. I can give it a name. And then we have this calculator section, which we'll do next. We don't have like a ton of space to work with here, and we're already running out of place for the actual items that we're going to add to the list. I'm going to see if there's a way to condense this a bit. I think there's something called dense that I can add to the input, which makes it just a little bit less bulky. Okay, so that looks a little bit better, I think. Primary home kit. All right. I kind of like how this is coming together. Let's see again what we were basing this on. So next we had the calculator where we specified how many adults, children, and pets we had. And what we want to have happen is that initially if we change those, then it's going to like kind of pre-populate our emergency kit with the details from that base kit by applying the multipliers that we've entered for the number of adults, children, and pets. So when we built this originally, we actually had number of people plus number of pets. We're going to change that to be people plus children plus pets. And we'll give that a little header that just says what it is, the number of, or that it's the calculator. But basically we can do number of adults, number of pets, and number of children. So the label here is going to be adults, number of adults, number of pets, number of children. We'll see if that fits. I don't know that we're going to have the space to do it quite like that. We can get rid of the plus. I don't think we need the plus in there. It's kind of implied, really. But we're adding these together. It's a grid of 12, so if we do 4, 4, 4, that should give us the space we need. And we will call this number of children. That's going to fail. It won't even go there to show you that it failed. I just know that it did. But what we need to do here is say number of adults. So we're defining some local state with that number of adults, number of children, number of pets. I'm going to default this to 2, 1, and 1. What we eventually want to do is pull this from their profile, from their family plan, where we would be able to know probably how many people they have in their house, in their home, based on what they've defined in their family plan. But for now, I'm just going to default those to 2, 1, and 1. And let's see what that does. Number of children, right? What? I must not have bound that to the right thing. Children. I was missing a D. Typo in my model binding. So we have our number of adults, number of children, number of pets. I'm going to make these outlined again and dense. Sticking with that base, or with that same styling as I had above. I was worried about that not fitting. So number of adults, number of children, number of pets doesn't quite fit. I'm going to get rid of the number of and see what that looks like. I think that's workable. We probably need just a little header on there, something that says calculator. I'm going to leave it though for now. And we are going to let's see what they had on here. I think we're going to be experimenting with kind of what works and what doesn't work, but I don't know what edit and save are supposed to do in this case. But I want a way to kind of apply the changes to my emergency kit based on what I have entered in the calculator. Or maybe does it just happen automatically whenever you change those values? I'm not really sure what the best approach is here to build this out. But I'm gonna put an apply button for now. So to apply the changes or apply the calculator values and then have that populate the kit for you. And then I feel like this is one of those things where we're gonna need like a working piece, like a working feature, and then we'll kind of iterate on it and try to make it better. But we need something to start with. So I'm going to have this apply button like I did before that's in here. And it's going to create my kit items for me from the values that I've specified in the calculator with number of adults, number of children, number of pets. So that logic was already there actually in the old one. And we just need to go in and modify that. So a couple of things that are going to change here. There's actually maybe not. Let's start with just making something simple that works. So there is create from base kit where we had this logic previously that was going and creating my kit items for me based on whatever it was that I had in the base kit. So we're going to do that, but it's going to be a little bit different. So there's no selected base kit anymore. I can get rid of that concept entirely. That doesn't exist anymore. But we do have something called a base kit. So when we're creating from base kit, what we're going to do is say base kit. There's no icon anymore. We don't have number of people, we have number of adults. Actually, we don't need to know those individually. We just need to know, or we don't need to calculate a total person count because our quantity thing is different than it used to be. So really all we want to do is we want to say kit items. So the kit items that we're adding as part of this new emergency kit is whatever items were in the base kit with the multipliers applied for quantity per adult, child, and pet. So that seems easy enough. We'll do kit items equals this.baseKit.items. I'm actually going to do const new kit items. I'm just separating that out and we'll talk about why in a minute. But I'm doing name. I think there was an ID on these, which would just be, is there an ID? I don't think there is. Okay, so there's a base kit ID, which is going to be item.id. That was the new property that we added on the kit items. And we have the name, the description we're pulling across. The quantity now is going to be quantity per person count times this dot number of adults plus, right, so it's not quantity per, it was quantity per count before, now it's quantity per adult. So I'm just going to put some parentheses in here to be like extra super clear about the order of operations with this, but we're going to do 3 different kind of rules and ways that we increase the quantity. There's quantity per child times the number of children, and then quantity per pet. Pet times number of pets. And the quantity unit just gets copied over, which is what we want. And that gives me my new kit items that I want to apply to my current kit. So now what I want to do is say this dot kit items equals new kit items dot filter I dot quantity is greater than 0. The reason I'm doing that is that we might have some items in our base kit, for example, they're only for pets. They only apply for pets, and I don't have any pets. So in that case, the calculator would determine that I don't need pet food in my emergency kit, so I shouldn't add it to my kit. So in order to test that, let's just, well, first of all, so kit items is an array, and that's actually going to be displayed here inside of this like weird data iterator thing that I had built in the original version of this feature. So what we're going to do is go make sure that we have some like reasonable things to work with. So we have water that has a certain amount per adult, child, and pet. We have food, a certain amount per number of buckets per adult and child. Instead of filtration, this is going to be pet food and from a can. I don't know. There's none of those per person, but we want 4 cans per pet. Totally random. I don't know what should be in here, but we do have that information available to us once we want to put some even more realistic looking data in here. Okay, so my home kit has that information in it now. Let's see if this works on the client side. If I can go and I can specify a number of pets, adults and children, and get the expected results back on here. So I'm in here. I'm going to refresh the page just to make sure that I'm working with the new data. I'm going to add a kit, add some items. I have no items here, and I'm going to make this a little bit bigger now because we need to change the way we're displaying this. It's not good the way it is right now. But I'm going to call this my primary home kit. I have 2 adults, 1 child, 1 pet, and I click apply. And what I ended up with was 12 things of water, 5 buckets of food, and 4 cans of pet food. I think that's right. If I did like 2 pets, I should get 8 cans of food. And if I did 2 children, I would expect my water and food to go up a little bit. Or if I did 0 children, and if I do 0 pets, oh, that's not what I meant to do. Let's go back to 1 child and 0 pets. It removed the pet food. So this is a pretty good start, even though it's not displaying it the way we want it to. I feel like this is a good start, at least in terms of getting that initial information specified for the kits. Let's see if we can render out this list a little bit differently to more accurately reflect what we want to see in our list of items. Just thinking a bit and being distracted by the lawnmower outside. I'm thinking what we'll do is change this into a list, a vlist, instead of this data iterator thing that I had previously, which is just like a little bit overly complex. It actually looks okay on a bigger screen, but we're targeting mobile here, so like it has to look good in this view, and it just doesn't right now. So we're gonna fix that. So instead of a data iterator, I'm actually just going to nuke this whole data iterator thing, or vdata table. I'm going to nuke it because I don't like it. It's not what I want to see. And let's do let's go look at the docs and see what was there. So what we want to do is we want to have kind of in line like this, a sort of 3-column thing. We have, is this in your kit? It's kind of like a checklist thing of, do you have it in your kit yet? Here's how many you need, the quantity, which you can edit and change on your own, and then the name of the item. We don't have the description on there, which I think might be a problem, but because I think it would be good if you could like get more info on what that item is, and what we also don't have the quantity unit in there either. Although I guess we could change it so that it's just part of the name, right? Like they just have 14 gallons of water, 1 water filtration, 1 2 weeks of food. I'm gonna review that with Dante at some point and see, but we'll just kind of go with something basic for now. We basically want a checkbox, a text, or an entry for the number and the name, and we want to display that in a list, and then have the ability to add more items to that list and to check off the checkboxes and change the quantities. So that's what we're looking for. I'm hoping we can do that with a list. But I don't know if we can put like form inputs inside a list. I guess we'll find out. What I'm looking for is, right, so this one has checkboxes. That's a good thing. However, don't know if we'll be able to add also sorry, not a check. If we'll be able to add the quantity piece to that. So just checking if there's anything else here that might be useful for us. All right, let's start with this one that had the check boxes on it. I'm gonna flip over to CodePen and we're gonna experiment with it in here to see if we can kind of get to like something that's close to what we want. All right, so there's our checkboxes. I don't need all this stuff at the top. I don't need that. So I don't need this at all. Or this divider, okay. The subheader. I'm going to make it not a 2-line one, but just a 1-line one. Which means we don't have the subtitles, we just have the title bar. All right, so getting rid of some of these. Cool. Well, that got weird. Okay. We have a list of checkbox items at least. Is there a way? So just reviewing the markup here and what this looks like. So we have a vlist item. I'm trying to parse what this is doing exactly, and I'm not entirely sure. It's a vlist item, which has a template defining what? A template defining what? The default slot. It's active or not. Weird. I don't quite follow what that's doing. What happens if I just do this outside of the slot? Oh, this might actually be okay if I do it this way. So that whole template slot thing allows me to do the, like if I click anywhere in it, it changes the checkbox, which is good usually, but because we have two things that we want to put on it, it might actually be better if we separate that out. So this actually might be better. It's just going to be very simply a vlist item with a vlist item action that has this checkbox on it that kind of toggles the active state. and I guess what I want is a text edit that shows the quantity. So I would have like a v text field. Wonder if there's a way to do multiple actions. Yes. So I can just put them next to each other like that. And then this could be a text field. Type equals number. And is that a thing? It is a thing. And it's going to be outlined. That's going to be dense. How do I make it really small? Color. Hello, Grenbert. How are you doing? We're just working out some stuff on with Vuetify here, trying to decide how to render out this list of items that are in our emergency kits for the 2weekReady app. And we're like pretty close to having an idea. I just need to figure out how to shrink this little text edit here, and then I think we'll have a pretty good setup. Green monster representing, I see. It's Mr. James. You have a different handle than I'm used to over on in the Twitch world. How do I stealth mode? Monsters in stealth mode, you gotta watch out. It's dangerous. With these text edits, is there a way to make it small? These are my inputs. Oh, text field. I want to make it dense and narrow is what I'm looking for. I suspect it's just a matter of setting a width on it, but I kind of wanted to confirm. So if I look at the API vText field as rules, value, type, loader height, ID, hint, full width. Default for that is false. I'm going to have to wrap it in something to limit its width. Okay, well, we'll play around with that. Let's just roll with this for now because I think this is gonna work for us. So it's gonna be a vlist item. It looks something like that. And we're gonna repeat that for every one of our items in our kit items. So we're gonna have a vlist. And we are gonna need an ID for our item for each of our kit items here. How do I create a GUID? There's like a stubby input and then reuse it across multiple controls. That's probably a good idea. I'll get it rendering first and then I'll see what that CSS looks like. I've actually, for the most part, avoided writing any CSS for this project because I am just using like what's built in for Vuetify. So trying to rely on their their existing mechanisms for layout and styling, just to avoid like customizing it too much. And so Granbert, I don't know if he's here to learn how to code, but one of the things he might be here to learn how to do is to commit his changes as he's coding. So I heard that's something he needs to learn sometimes. It's an inside joke involving James losing some code, maybe more than one on one occasion. Yeah, so I think you're right. Wrapping it in a row and a column is probably going to be the right approach. I just don't know how that fits inside of these list items. But let's, before I can render this, I do need to do a GUID, and I can't remember if I've brought in the package I need to. It's UUID. That's the package I was looking for. And how on earth do I use that package? Because it has been a while. npm UUID. So the way I do UUID4, okay. So I import that, and then I do UUID4. I think I can manage that. Import UUID4, and then we do UUID4. Okay, the reason I needed that was because to trying to keep up. All right, so now I'm going to do a v list item. And I'm going to do that v4 equals item in hit items. And I need to specify a key, which is why I needed that ID in the first place. And that's going to be item.id. And now I should be able to paste in that markup that I had created over in CodePen. And we'll see what it looks like with actually binding that to the real data. So my title, is there a v text on this one? Yeah. My title is going to be item.name. My text field is going to be bound to, is it v model equals item.quantity. And there's actually a new field here that I need to add, which is in kit for that checkbox. And that's something that we didn't have previously on our kit items, and we're going to need to add it. So we'll get there, but it's is in kit is a boolean, and I'm going to default it to false. All right, let's see how that rendered. So initially there's nothing here. I don't know why there's such a big gap in between these two, but whatever, we'll resolve that later. Okay, we got a couple things here. That's not rendering great. Let's take a look here. Whew, these things are very verbose. We have our action. Oh, I wonder if I can set a width on the action itself. That would be fun. Yep. No. This is a terrible way of doing this, but I just want to see if it did something. It rendered very poorly, and this does not at all look like what I want it to look like. However, it is rendering the data that I was expecting. think what I'm gonna want to do is, I don't know if I can just put these in rows in a row and column, but I'll try that. So I would have vcall missed the tail end of that. Oh, this is formatting very poorly in VS Code here. As I copy and paste this stuff around, but I want this guy inside of here, and this one inside of here. And now I need to remind myself how these vcall things work. I want to set a width on the size of them, so the calls would be equal to, I'm gonna go check the documentation because it's silly for me to just guess this. Vcall. I think I'm gonna try doing Hmm. 2, 3, and auto, and I'm going to see what happens. No, I'm going to give them all numbers, actual numbers. Okay, so calls equals 2, calls equals 3. Get rid of this max width nonsense. And then here we've got calls equals 7, if my math is correct. I mean, it's not great. I'd like to know why this isn't filling my whole space here. So I think this would look better if the list were filling the whole width of the page, which it's not because it's nested inside of a container and a form. And I don't think I want that. I don't think I do. I am going to move the vForm. The reason we have that vForm is to do the validation on this input. So what I'm going to do is actually just kind of break this into a couple different pieces. So that vForm and that vContainer that are in there, in here, I'm actually going to put up here so that it's just for that initial piece. And then I'm actually going to, I think that's it. I think that's all I needed to do to resolve part of that. I mean, it's better. It's still not great. Now what? Actually, I don't want it to be a column layout. I don't want it to stretch out like that. I want these to be fixed to the left and just kind of flow. So I have my checkbox, really all I needed was to set a reasonable size for the input here. And then I also, I don't want all that as much padding, I guess. I recall you might be able to use some of the display classes to help with that. Yeah, there's the y, p, or padding all, padding y, padding x, etc. That I can do to remove the column padding, and you're right. It's just what I also don't want really is for, if you see how the text box is like moving to the right as the screen gets bigger, I still want it to stay like next to the other one. So I wonder if the right thing to use here is for the initial one to be calls auto. Yeah, so that resolves some of it. And then I can probably get rid of some of the padding, like you said, with those classes. Padding's probably okay. It's this action on the first one that has a lot of margin on the right. Is that what that is? Margin? Yes, margin on the right. So if I do on here, mr dash 0 or mr0, that did nothing. So I must have guessed the syntax incorrectly there. Is it mr dash 0? Yeah. Good tip. Thank you. I got there and then saw the comment that told me exactly what I needed to do. Thank you. All right, so mr0 there, and then this one, I wonder, see, calls 3 is, it still ends up being like too narrow when I get smaller. I'm thinking calls isn't the right thing for me to use here again, but I'm going to do auto, and I'm going to do, what are some of the classes that I can use within Vuetify? Again, so that hopefully I don't have to redefine them myself. There is something under here. So I can do different layout classes for different sizes. I could do that. I could do different layout sizes for different sizes, like using these breakpoints, for example. But something feels like I'm just using the wrong approach entirely with this layout that I'm trying to do. And I don't know why. It's just something I'm doing. You know what? I'm not going to get too hung up on it. I think that we can kind of live with it being a less than ideal layout just for now. I want to get back to some of the functionality that we're going to write. So maybe James and I can pair up on tweaking some of that UI later on, play around with this. That would be fun. Cool. Okay. I mean, I'm going to do, okay, I set that to auto. What does it do when I set it to auto? Right. So when I have it set to auto, this guy is set to a width that is quite large. And I'm curious where that's coming from. Auto calculated. Because the flex is set to grow. Okay, so they're using a flex layout. Interesting. Whatever. I'm just going to go back to, I'll call it 4. It at least demonstrates the functionality that I want to build here. All right, back to writing that functionality. Oh, that did not work. Right, that one I wanted is auto, and this one I want is 4. I'm going to do class equals mr0 again. Give it a little bit more room at least. That's weird. Okay, that looks a little better. I mean, it's doing something at least. Okay, so here's where I wanted to go with some of this was, let's say that I come in here and I've already checked off that I have my water. Well, let's say that I've, no, where do I want to go with this? Let's say that I've added other items to my list already. First, we need the ability to do that. So let's add a button at the bottom here that just says add new item to the list. It will just add an empty item to the list, and it's up to you to fill in the details. So down at the bottom below our list, I'm just going to put a button like so. That just is called add item. The layout's going to be weird here, but again, I'm going to try not to get too hung up on the layout and focus on the functionality. So this is going to be add item. And that means I need a method here called add new item. And what I'm going to do for that is just do this dot kit items equals this dot, no, I'm going to do this dot kit items dot push. And I'm just going to add a new item to it. It's going to have a new ID. The base kit ID is going to be null. And we want it to be null. You'll kind of see why in a minute. The name is going to be new item. Is in kit will be false. Description will be null. Quantity will be 0. It's up to you to define it. And quantity unit will be also null because we don't have that yet, but I kind of want to be consistent at least with the properties that do exist on the item. So that should render a new item when I click that button now at the bottom of my list. So I can add a new item, and we want to be able to change the name of it. So that actually needs to be a text field in that case. Wasn't expecting that. What did we do in the UI for that? The mockup. Oh, it's right. There was kind of like this empty thing at the bottom, but that doesn't give us the ability to rename things. Thinking about what I want to do there. I guess we need to make it a text field. There isn't a whole lot we can do about it. So these are things that you can edit. Then you can edit the name if you choose to. So we will add a text field here. Instead of this title being just text, it's going to be a text field of type text. And its item.name is the model. And it definitely didn't like putting that in just doesn't have room for it, which is kind of what I was worried about. Why doesn't it have room? Hmm. Let's see where all that margin's coming from on the right-hand side. That's not margin. Shoot. Okay. Well, again, not gonna gonna try not to get too hung up on the UI there. It doesn't quite render right on a really narrow screen, but there is a screen size where it renders like okay. So we are going to right. So the reason I was going down this path in the first place is I wanted to demonstrate kind of an issue here. So when I go to add a new item, and let's say I added, I don't know, like my boots or something, like 3 pairs of boots in my kit. They're in my kit, they're checked off. Then I come in here and I realize I don't know, maybe I got a new pet or something and I want to apply that to my kit now, and I hit apply, it wipes out anything that I had in there. And I don't want that to happen. I just want it to like reapply whatever pet things it needed to apply in that case, or whatever changes might happen based on the inputs I have for the kit calculator. So we have the info we need for that, and it's part of the reason why I initially split this out to be new kits as a separate variable here. Because now what I can do is I want to merge the existing kit items with the new kit items. So what I'm going to do is if there are any kit items, I don't know how I'm going to write this code yet, but the idea is I'm going to look at the kit items that already exist, and if there's one that already exists with that base kit ID, I'm just going to apply the new quantities to it. Otherwise, I'm going to um, add the new ones to it, but I'm not going to like wipe out all of the existing ones. So what the heck does that code look like? It's a very good question. There's a way to write this. And JavaScript array merge. I know there's a method. I learned about it recently. It's not map, but it's like merge map, maybe? Flat map, merge map. Those are from RxJS though. JavaScript. I don't know if spread would work. So what I'm trying to do is sometimes take the one from the existing array and with a change made to it, and then other times uh, taking the values from the new array. Is that right? I'm not sure. This logic's a bit fuzzy in my brain right now. But There were some like newer methods for array. Maybe it was flat map that I was thinking of. And yeah, that's not quite the right thing. Yeah, I need compare values as part of the challenge. So I think it's going to be a map is probably the right thing. And then it's going to be a map where I'm like looking up the value in the other array. So let's just see if we can write that out. So it's going to be this.kit items equals this.kit items.map. There's probably a scenario that I'm missing here, but we'll kind of start with this direction and see. So this is my existing item. And if I were to want to go into my new kit items, and find the value where the base kit or where the ID equals the existing item's base kit ID. Just call smart map and wait for the browser to implement it. It's not a bad strategy. I don't know if it'll work, but I mean, it might. Okay, so this would be the new kit item. And if that exists, then what I want to return is, so if new kit item, then I'm going to return existing item.id all of these things. Name is going to be the new item.name, just in case I renamed it. No, sorry, the existing kit item. This is the existing kit item again. Existing kit item dot is in kit. I'm going to come back to that because we need some logic there. The description will stay the same because we have no way of editing that currently. This is where the quantity is going to change. It's going to be the new kit item quantity. And the quantity units will be, I guess, the same as what it was. Or I don't know what the right answer is there, but the interesting thing about is in kit, so if you had checked it off, but now based on the calculator the quantity changed, then we should uncheck it because that means like probably there's more of them that need to be added to it, for example. So what we want to do here is probably do this as a little piece of logic. So it's the existing kit item is in kit and new kit item dot quantity is equal to existing kit item dot quantity. That's if there's a new kit item. Otherwise, we just return the existing kit item. No change to it. So that solves one of the directions. Let's just test that out and see if it works. And I'm gonna apply that. And I'm gonna add a new item here called something else. And I've got 10 of them. I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna change my pet food. Test a bunch of different scenarios. Let's say I have 2 pets now. and I'm going to apply those changes. What I'm expecting is this will change to 8 and get unchecked. That didn't work at all. Because I goofed up here and I'm not actually using my new code. So first of all, what I want to do is say new kit items.filter here. Make this a let. And then I'm going to say new kit items equals new kit items, filtering out the ones where there's nothing in it. And well, that should work. And then what I'm going to do is get rid of this line of code that was overwriting my changes. Test that out again. So I apply. Right. So there's a case that isn't considered here, which is if I have new kit items that aren't already in my kit, I also need to add those to my kit. So then I need to do new kit items where it doesn't exist in the kit items yet. So that's going to be this dot kit items dot find index existing item All right, so that is filtering down the new kit items to all of those that don't exist yet in the kit items, and I want to add those to my kit items. So it would be this dot kit items dot push. There. That's kind of a bizarre line of code. I don't know if I like how that came out, but let's see if it worked at least. It did not work. By the spread operator there, I think, is what happened. Yeah. Okay. I'm able to add my items. Let's say that I check this off, check this off, check this off. I rename that to foods is. I changed my number of pets to 2 and I hit apply. Actually, I'm going to add another new item to other stuff. I've got 156 of those other things, very important things that I need. I hit apply. It added new items. Not what I wanted to have happen at all. Kept the old ones there. Added water, food, and pet food again. It didn't change this to 8 like I wanted it to. Why did none of my code work? Filtering the new items where no, that was right. The new item ID equals the base kit ID. First of all, I'd like to know why the quantity didn't change to 8 here for my pets. And I'm tempted to just throw a debugger in here to see why. Debug. Nope. It's not doing what I expected it to. How'd I get stuck all of a sudden? Well, we're 6.5 hours in. I was bound to get stuck eventually. I have my items. Finding my new item.id equals existing item base kit ID. Oh, right. This should be base kit ID all the way around. I was thinking of it in terms of it was still a base kit item. There is definitely a better way to write this. That's going to be a refactoring, I think. So let's say I have some foods as I have my other stuff. James is my rubber duck to go. Although in that particular browser, that rendered as a mallard duck. So you're a mallard duck in this case. What was I looking to call it? Oh, this is just my something else that I had a whole bunch of in my kit. I make a change to my number of pets, and boom, it unchecked that one. Told me I needed 8 of them now, which is great. Oh, it unchecked my water too because we need water for our pets as well. That's cool. Whole bunch of things that we need to address here that aren't considered yet. We want to split these out into like the things that are for everyone, the things that are just for your children. They're as good as rubber ducks, plus they speak French. All right. And the things that are just for our pets. That's more of a just like layout and how we structure the UI thing. I'm close to having the ability to create a kit here, and I'd like to be able to save it and then hopefully do a commit and have that piece of functionality wrapped up and then take another short break. And then maybe we can work on the edit screen. We'll do another pass on another stream where we go through some of these UI pieces and try to structure this in a way that works a little better. But, you know, we have a starting point at least. So a lot of it is just like me understanding how to use Vuetify in this case to render things the way I want to. But we did at one point have the ability to save on this page back when it was a different kind of page. Let's see if we can go and do that. So we don't need any of this edited item stuff or default items or icon rules. That's all stuff that we don't need anymore. Thanks, James. We'll definitely pair up soon. Looking forward to off to super supper up. All right, enjoy. We'll talk soon. All right, so we are very close here, and we did have, as I said, the ability to save already, so we should be able to reuse that. And let's just go through and see what we need. We don't have the ability to remove yet. We'll do that. We had to add new item and I rewrote that. That's fine. Interesting. UUID v4 was already in here without having to import it. That's kind of weird. Add new item isn't what I called it anymore. I had it called, oh, I did have it called add new item. Oh, never mind. That is the code that I wrote. Create from base kit was what we just went through. Create kit is the method that we're going to call when we go to actually create the kit, like save it. And in that case, we want to call create emergency kit async, which is a method in our store, and we want to pass it the kit with the kit items. Now, the structure of this changed a little bit. So what we're going to do is we don't have this color anymore or icon anymore. We do have the kit items still, and we need to pass those in. But let's just go and review what our class looked like for the emergency kits. So that was over here. We have kits. They have ID, base kit ID, user ID, name, and items, which serializes to kit items. So that doesn't quite align, but that's okay. So we're going to want to add the base kit ID. We don't have that right now on there, so we're going to do base kit ID equals the base kit ID, the name and the kit item, and I feel like we should give it an ID here, so we're just going to say UUID when we go to do the save. And when it does that, it's going to call our put method. It should just save everything for us. That I'm kind of expecting that to all just work. So, and there is a save button here somewhere that is disabled if not valid or is saving. Is there a button that I just was ignoring this whole time that says create? Oh, right here at the bottom. Oh, you know what it was? It's this thing that I need to figure out with not being able to scroll all the way to the bottom because of how that this button panel is being rendered on the bottom. Another one of those things for another day. Okay, so I've got all of my items. I'm going to call this my primary home kit. I'll check some of these off. Add another one that's like shoes, boots. I want 3 pairs of boots. I don't have my pet food yet. I still need to go and buy that. So I'm going to hit create. And it looks like that just magically worked, which is kind of surprising. But here's my primary home kit that has all those things in it. It's being rendered using the old edit screen. But I mean, I created it, and I bet if I go to the database, it's going to look like what I wanted it to look like. I only had one emergency kit before. If I refresh that page, how do I do that? Load more. Close. We've got the base kit ID. We've got the user ID. We have the name. We have the kit items. Oh, I did that wrong. So this got saved wrong because I named it wrong in the client side. So I was calling it base kit ID, and it should be base kit item ID for those individual items. So that got saved wrong. Let's just quickly fix that error. This would be base kit item ID and base kit item ID and base kit item ID. A few different places I need to set that. This code is super weird. I definitely think there's a better way to write that, but as I said, that's going to be a refactoring thing for down the road. Let me go and try that again. I'm going to delete this document from my database because it has like a little bit weird data, and I think it's just going to be better if I nuke it, create a new one. Add a new kit, primary home kit. I have 2 pets, 2 children, 2 adults, and don't forget the boots. Check off some items and hit create. One more thing that I just thought of is all right, we're still saving photo in here. We'll have to clean that up a bit. But there's my base kit item IDs now. I'm able to tie those back to the original kit items. which is good. I've got my quantity, my description, my name. Is available in Kit. So I think I just named that property again wrong in my UI. I kind of invented a new one, which was just is in Kit. And I actually want that to be is available in Kit. I would really benefit from TypeScript at this point because then I would have had that defined somewhere and would not have missed it here would not have had that mismatch between the client-side code and the server-side code if I had defined it in one place, at least for the client side. So I just need to go to where that checkbox was defined now, which was somewhere in here. Is available in Kit. All right, let's try that one more time. Add a vacation home kit. And I'm going to check two of those off and leave the water not checked off. I'm going to create it. I have my vacation home now. And if I go check in the database, should be a third one, my vacation home. And now you can see that is available in Kit is in fact checked off for the ones that I checked off. The pet food and the human food. All right. Good time for a little break. We got now the ability to create emergency kits from those base kits. Just going to take a quick break here. I'll be back in about 5 minutes and we'll see if we'll do a commit here and then we'll see if we can do the edit as well. And I'm back. All right, we are approaching hour 7 of the stream. Definitely the longest stream I've ever done, and probably the most I've talked in one day in a very long time. But pretty happy with where we've gotten so far. We've rounded out that functionality around defining base kits through the admin app, added or modified a lot of the existing screens around how to navigate creating your kits. So the whole build a kit feature within the client side TwoWeeksReady app, and we just got the create working. And what I would like to do to kind of wrap this up now is try to get edit working. And I'm sort of hoping that we can do it using the existing create component. Right now we have two separate edit and create, which had a lot of copied and pasted code, and I'd like to avoid that if possible. So yeah, let's jump back into it. I'm going to do a commit because I have a working piece of functionality that I'd like to have as a commit point, and we'll see if we can get that edit working. Then we'll probably call it a day. So we'll see if we can get there. All right. Switching over to VS Code. I'm going to just quickly review the changes that we have here. So we modified that create route to take in the base kit, and that worked fine. Thanks, Agile Ramblings. I think I believe in me too, but we'll see. We added the add button there, and then we really tore apart this create UI. And that's kind of interesting how much code we changed there, but that's kind of what happens when you repurpose an old piece of code to do a new thing. So this is the client app create mu kit feature. I'm going to commit that. And I'm going to push those changes up. All right. So here's what I'm really hoping that I can do. Right now, as I said, we have emergency kit create and emergency kit edit. I'm hoping that we can just write this in a way that we can use the same one. We can use create, and well, we'll rename it from create. It'll be something different, but just have that one component that we can use to create new ones or to edit existing ones, because really they're the same thing. The only difference is that in one case we're calling an endpoint on the API to create a new one versus a separate endpoint to update an existing one. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to experiment with this a bit. I don't really know how this is going to work out, but over in my client-side route, right here where I have the I have emergency kits / create with the base kit ID currently, and then I have this other one that is prepare emergency kits edit with the ID of the emergency kit. I'm going to try just like pointing that to the same component and see if we can modify it to do what we need it to do. So it's still going to be called the edit endpoint, but I'm going to map it to the same emergency kit create page, which we can go and we'll rename these pages if we're able to actually use them the way I hope that we can. And we'll rename it to be something more logical, and we'll delete the edit one. But let's just kind of think through conceptually what that would look like. So if we go to edit, we're passing in an ID, and so that's one of our parameters that gets passed in. So I think, I'm trying to think if I need to pass in the base kit ID if I already know what the ID is, and I don't think I do. But maybe I should anyway. I think I will. So I'm going to change this route around a little bit. And do it this way. So my route is going to be switching the order of that route. It's going to be prepare/emergency kits and then the base kit ID, which is essentially the type. So like my home kit or my vehicle kit. And then there's going to be /create. There's going to be just emergency kit / the base kit ID, which gives me the listing. And then there's going to be edit, which will be base kit ID /edit, and then the ID of the one that I'm editing. So if for that to work, by changing that route, I just broke my create logic over in here, or my create route. Actually, did I? I don't think I broke it because I'm actually using named routes for that. So it should still work. And what I mean by that is here. Nope. Where was my create button? Emergency kit list. Somewhere in here I had a create button or an add kit button. Yeah, so I used here I used a named route. That one's going to be the same still. Confused myself because I'm not passing the base kit ID in here with that emergency kit create where I click add kit. So how did it know what the base kit was? I think it knew it because it has the same name. When I get to the list view, the route my router already knows what my base kit ID is. So it's one of the parameters on my current route. So I think because that's already there, I didn't need to pass it in again. When I go to call create, which is interesting, which means it should still also be there. The params, well, we'll see if it remembers, but it might already be there for the edit. Let's just play around with this. I expect something to crash, but it might not crash as badly as I originally thought it might. Cool, it doesn't even compile. Only because I'm not using this anymore and it's complaining that I have an import in here that's unused. So I'll delete that. And we'll go back to our page. Okay, so let's just review. We're here. I'm going to make this a little bigger so we can see the pages. This is emergency kit /build. And if I go to home kits, it's emergency kit / the kit ID. And if I go add kit, it should be emergency kit / this ID /create, which it is. So that's all working still. And then if I click on one of these, it should be emergency kit / the base kit ID /edit / the kit ID. So it's going to be a really long URL, but it should get me there. Okay, so did it do there? It did. So there's my base kit ID, part of my route, the edit, and then the kit ID. So everything's there. All the information I need is there. I just need to change the way this is loading currently on the create page. So instead of here when I create my geez, what am I trying to say? There is a method called something async created. It's this one. Okay, so this is the method that gets called when this component gets created. So when the router takes us here, and we're getting the base kit ID and grabbing the base kit from the UI, which is good. Now what we need to do is check and see if the ID parameter is defined, and if it is, that means we're in edit mode, and we need to go and get an existing kit instead of trying to create a new one. So we're going to add some logic here that says if this $route.params .id. Then we're going to say await this.$store.dispatch. And I'm just going to go and borrow what that code looks like because we already had that here before. That goes and loads the current kit from the store, the one that we're trying to edit. I probably want to do the same thing I did earlier, where I just have like an array of promises that I'm awaiting. Instead of doing them sequentially, I can kind of do them in parallel potentially. So I'm going to say const promises. My loading promises equals an empty array, and then I'm going to say loading promises. Struggling with spelling that properly. Dot push. And then we have another one here. If we need it, we're going to push that to my array. And then I'm going to do await promises.all loading promises. And then when that's all done, loading equals false. Easy enough. However, we also need to set some local state here, which will be our kit items based on what was loaded. So if we happen to have loaded, if we were in edit mode, that mode where we did this dispatch to get the emergency kits, what I'm going to do is extract that to a variable called get kit promise. And then I'm going to do get kit promise. Then I'm just going to tell it what to do after it's loaded, and I'm going to say this.kit items equals. Ooh, nope, that's not going to work. I don't know if this whole concept I was hoping to be able to do is going to work out here. Let's see, how can we get our kit items? Right now, kit items is a local state. And the problem is that if we're in edit mode, we want those kit items to be based on what was already there in the after the store was loaded. So this dispatch doesn't actually return anything other than the fact that it was done. And I don't have access to state here. I do have access to state through a computed. What's my best option for how to set the local state equal to the value from the loaded value? I kind of want to copy it over. I don't know what the best way to do that is. Outside, usually I just do a computed. So let's just see if there's a way to, with Vuex, copy state to local. Interesting. I could just grab it from $store. So what I was doing earlier might have worked. Is $store a thing? What's TS store versus $store? Oops. Hmm. Maybe this isn't a very good approach. What's this guy doing? Mapping getters, which is similar to mapping state, I think. Uh, wonder if, let me go back to, I don't know if what I'm doing is a good idea, but let's just see if it works. So I'm going to do const get promise equals that. Get promise gets added to my loading promises, and then I'm going to do get promise.then. Tell it what to do after it's done. And the thing I want to do is console.log my this.dollar.store. A pretty heavy-handed approach to seeing if this is going to work, but loaded the kit. All right, let's see what this does. So I'm here. I should see loaded the kit somewhere in here. And there's my store, which should have a bunch of modules in it. Okay, so there's, oh, that's weird. Oh, those are wrapped getters. State. So there's my emergency kit store, which should have my item in it, which is the one that I just loaded, which should have all my kit items in it, and the name and all that stuff. I can actually get at that from here. I don't know if it's a good idea, but I can do that, use that to make a copy of all my kit items to local state so that I can then go and start editing them to my heart's content, I guess. So let's do that. Let's give that a try. So since I know it's there, and I wonder if I can just copy the path from my browser tools. No, I don't think I can. But it was state.emergencykitstore.item was the thing I was looking for. So this dot kit items equals this dot dollar store dot emergency kit store dot item dot, was it kit items? It was. And so I have to go and make a copy of each of those, which isn't ideal either, but that's the only way that I can avoid mutating the state that was inside there already. So I'm just gonna copy this over. I think those are the important things that I need from the kit items. And that's just gonna be item, base kit item equals item. So item is available in kit. I just saw a typo there in my code below, so I need to go back and fix that. But this is creating a new kit list of kit items from the list of kit items that we just loaded. Gives me everything I need. But as I said, I just noticed there was a typo down here where this should say is available in kit instead of is in kit. I'm not liking the likelihood of there being typos in property names with all of this, so that's maybe a good reason for us to push over towards using TypeScript for this project, if we can get us there sometime soon. Okay, so that'll give me the kit items. The other thing I need is, I guess, to set the kit name as well. So this dot name should be this dot dollar store dot item. So what I'm going to do is just introduce const kit equals that so that I can stop repeating that whole part. Okay, so the name, copying the name over to local state is just kit.name. And the base kit ID I already have, but I do need the ID. So it would be this .id equals kit.id. I don't actually know if I have an ID in here yet. I don't. So ID equals null initially. Set the ID here. That should give me everything I need now when I load it. Let's see if that part runs at least. It should like render the list of existing items for me in the UI. And it looks like it didn't, but it did not. So why didn't it? I have some console errors there. Not read property of undefined reading item. Oh, I missed something there. It's actually .store.state. Emergency kit store item.item. A bit of a mouthful. But hey, there it is. It's rendering my items now from the existing one. Now, instead of saying create, I want to say save. So I'm going to create a computed here that says is edit. Actually, I feel like this logic I saw somewhere in here already with like something about it being in edit mode or not. Edited index. It's about. Oh, this was old stuff, so more code to delete from here. None of this is necessary anymore. This had to do with the old data table thing that I was using to render out that list. It's just not relevant anymore. Nor is this save. Okay, so what I want to do is have a computed here that just tells me, am I editing an existing one or am I creating a new one? It's just going to be kind of stupid, but is in edit mode, and it's actually not even based on state. I don't know what that's going to do, but this dot ID, bang bang, this dot ID. So that's just saying if I have an ID defined, I'm in edit mode, and if not, then I'm in create mode, essentially. I don't know, it's kind of silly. Actually, it's very silly. I'm just going to do is in edit mode equals false. I'm going to get rid of that because that was weird the way I did it. And here we would just say is in edit mode equals true if we got to this point. So we define that when we've created it. Okay, so this button is going to be if is in edit mode, then save. Otherwise, create. So my button should say save now when I'm editing an existing one. So like when I click on this one, it says save. But if I click add, it says create. So that's good. That's what I was expecting. Now, what I do when I hit save, that needs to be different. So we're going to create another method here called save. That gets called if we were saving a kit, and we already have that method defined here. It's called save emergency kit, and we need to pass in all the information, which we should have what we need here, but we won't be doing a new ID. It would just be this.id instead. We pass in the name, the base kit ID, and the kit items again, and then we go back otherwise. So I believe what I can do is probably not the best way of doing it, but on this click event, instead of, I think I can do is in edit mode. We create, otherwise we save kit. I don't know, in theory that should work. Let's see if it actually does. It'd be pretty cool if it did, because it means I could delete the edit and we could just have the one component in here and reduced a lot of duplication on our client-side code if this actually works. So let's check this out here. Clear the console. Change this to 4 boots. Just a really simple change. And hit save. Anything happen? Nothing happened. Didn't do a thing. Okay, the way I bound that didn't work then. I'm gonna do was the way that needed to be written. It called emergency kit create still. Oh, I had my logic backwards. If we're in edit mode, we call save kit. If we're not in edit mode, we call create kit. So I just duplicated some data there. I now have 2 primary home kits because I goofed that up. One where it's still 3 and another one where I have 5 boots. But I should be able to take this one now and edit it, save it to 5. I still only have the 4 kits. That one has 8 boots, like I just edited. The other one still has 3. And I should still be able to add a new kit. So I don't know. I know some people have multiple vacation homes, I've heard. I don't know how that's possible, but let's just say that we also have like a tropical vacation home, just as a completely random example. And we probably don't bring our pet with us or our 20 children. In fact, it's just a getaway for ourselves. We never bring our children with us. And it's just the 2 adults that go to that vacation, tropical vacation home, and that kit is all well stocked, and I'm going to create that one. So there's my tropical vacation home. Create still seems to be working. I like it. And I don't know, we seem to have this all working. Let's go ahead and delete the old edit stuff because we don't even need it anymore. So this goes away. This entire component I delete. And then also the view that we had wrapping it, the page itself that we were routing to, goes away. Amazing. And I think that's a pretty good place to go and commit some code again. And then maybe we'll just do a rename of that because it doesn't make sense to have it called create anymore. But let's get this committed first. So this is client app again, create emergency or edit emergency kits. I'll review those changes. I like this change that we made to the routing because it feels a little bit more consistent now. I love that we deleted that whole component, and then this one is a little wonky with this concept of is in edit mode, but I think it's better than the duplication of code that we had previously. I'm not sure what the Vuex experts would consider or would think of my approach of like duplicating the state the way I did here, where I'm like copying the kit items over, but it worked, so I'm gonna roll with it. All right, so last change I think to make for the day is renaming this thing. So we have the ability to, we have that build a kit page that lists out all the base kits. We can go to list all of the kits for a particular base kit ID, and then we can create or edit. This just doesn't feel like it's named right anymore, so I'm wondering what we can name it. And I feel like I'm going to call it details, emergency kit details. I don't know if that makes sense, but I can't think of anything better right now. But create isn't quite right, given how it's being used. So it's emergency kit details. Oh, cool. Tried to do a refactor there for me, which is kind of neat. I'm going to rename this too, though, to details. And well, now I need to go and make the same change over in the view itself. So this one here I'm going to rename to details. And this is going to be the details page. And this is going to be I have to change this to details. That should all be good. And then I think the only other place I need to rename things is in the route, where now we're bringing in the emergency kit details page. I think that's it for the rename. Let's just do a quick smoke test, see if that all still works the way we wanted it to. This looks okay. HomeKit. There's my edit. So I got 21 of these water things, 4 of the new things. Seems to be working. Seems to be working. Add a kit. Apply. Seems to be working. So there is some functionality that isn't done yet. Like I can't delete items from my kit. I can't delete kits. But this is a pretty good start, at least in terms of getting the initial pieces in place. we have a lot of layout issues that we need to figure out with how we're going to use these Vuetify components to really build out a nice looking UI, but we've got a pretty good starting point that I feel comfortable with in terms of especially, well, that base functionality is there, and we can kind of go through and start tweaking that UI a little bit and then adding those other pieces of functionality, like handling things like delete and whatnot. So let's check in this rename emergency create to emergency kit details. I think that's a wrap for today in terms of the coding that we're going to do, but let's just go have a quick review of the draft PR and we'll see if we can pull it out of draft mode. That'd be cool. And ping Carrie for a review on it. So we have emergency kits, the ability to build emergency kits now. And we got 10 commits, 28 files changed. I'm not going to go through them in detail, but I'm going to give it a really quick look through. We have that build page, we have the new details page. Missing a loader indicator. I think we should probably add that at some point. Yeah, no, this is looking good, I think. We'll see what Carrie thinks. One thing, there was one other thing I wanted to look at here before we called it a day. I did notice that we have some runtime errors here in the console, and we should look at those and see if we can fix them. So it's saying error in render, cannot read property, or reading icon URL. Okay, so emergency kit list view. Where is this? Well, let's take a look at the code. Emergency kit list is this one, and it's saying icon URL. Right, so it's trying to bind this base kit.icon URL before the base kit is loaded, so it doesn't know how to do that. Easy way to fix that is to just put a VIF on here so that it doesn't even render this list at all, or this card at all, until the base kit has loaded. So if base kit. That should do the trick, I think. Let's review. Clear my console, and I'll just pull that over there so we can see both. So when I go to build a kit, and here I'm not seeing that error anymore. Not seeing it here either. I think that was it. So again, the issue was that it was trying to render that kit before, or render that URL, and it didn't know what the build a kit selected kit was null, so it was throwing an error there. But that seems to be resolved with that little fix. Ooh, go back is not a function. It's a bug there in the make a plan section, but that's a whole separate thing. I think I will check that in and we're going to call it a day. So fix undefined. Push that up. And that should do it for this PR. I'm going to pull it out of draft mode. And I always forget how to do that exactly. I think I have to edit? No. Maybe down at the bottom. Draft PRs are a great feature, but it's like super not obvious where to turn it to a full PR. It was that random button partway down the screen. I'm going to ping Harry for a review of that, and we'll see if it can get merged in the next day or so. And then we'll take it from there. So I'd really like to continue working on this emergency kit feature. It's kind of the part of the app that was the most interesting to me when I started working on this, which was like quite a while ago now. If I look at the history, I suspect that I'm not going to go back, but I think I've been working on this for like a year, maybe a year and a half now, quite a while. And emergency kits was the feature that was interesting to me. This concept of like guiding people through understanding what their needs are, what they should have in their emergency kits, and helping them keep track of them. And it was really fun. Yesterday, I met with Dante, who is our subject matter expert, and he was walking me through his vision of what the feature looks like with his Adobe XD designs. And I was kind of thinking through how we could implement that. So it was really fun to go through and get both the admin app built out, at least an initial version of it functioning, and get the client side app somewhat functional too. We at least have the basic features in place now that sort of align with Dante's vision. So what I'm going to do is review that with Dante next time we meet. We usually have a weekly meeting for the project, and with that we go and we kind of review the current status and what the next steps are. So with this, we can start having a conversation about here's what we have so far. How close is this to what you were envisioning, and where do we want to make changes and tweaks to that? And we can kind of brainstorm some ideas for going forward. Really looking forward to doing that. And it was really fun today to spend a whole day working on the project and building out a feature. I hope that I can do this. It won't be very often, but like at least maybe a few times a year where I can like take a whole day and just focus solely on this project, or a project like this, and work on a feature. That's it for today, and we'll see you next time. Bye.